Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to PTR testing day 2. How's everyone doing? Oh, so last stream, a little bit scuffed, I'm not gonna lie. But that's okay. Teething, we were teething it in. Today, I have structured it a little bit more. So I've been on the PTR for most of the day, just sorting some things out, taking a bit more of a look at the the trinkets and the talents and builds, so that it's kind of not a decide the moment I get into a dungeon what I'm doing. More of a, I've planned it out already. This is what we're doing. So what are we aiming for today? Great question. So let me bring up a little bit of a post that I wanted to go through. Can we all read that? So the PTR realms were meant to, yes, they update every Tuesday. It's the main reason why I chose Wednesday and Saturday. Saturday, weekend, good day to stream. Wednesday, because I'm EU, the updates for the PTR come out really late on a Tuesday for me. So like 9 p.m. or something, which would mean if I wanted to stream for like 4 hours or so, I'd be streaming up until like midnight, which isn't great because I have to be up the next morning. So I thought Wednesday. Wednesday's perfect. They haven't brought out the new dungeons. I was checking today to try them out and make sure that I could get into some, and it's still Operation Floodgate, which really confused me because this post here says that this is how it will work. We are in week 2 right now. As you can see here, everything, week 1 ended on January 14th, which was yesterday. So I'm not sure if maybe everything kind of went into Plunderstorm. That like there's a good chance that because Plunderstorm was having nightmares yesterday, it was meant to be up relatively early, but it kept getting delayed and delayed. So I'm under the tinfoil hat theory that they kind of completely forgot about the PTR cycle and everything went into Plunderstorm. I haven't played it yet. This cycle, I do want to give it another go, but I don't know if I'll stream it. It is, I think it's fun. It's fun for like a few games, and I'm very familiar with the Plunderstorm mobility slicing winds, which they decided to give the Windwalker. Hello, Valentin. Welcome back. Hello, Frosty. How hard is it to get chosen in plus 13 keys on the live server with 2967 IO score as Windwalker? I think that anything higher than a 12, people get very picky. There's a lot of meta brain that goes on. You will eventually find a group, but my advice would always be to sort your own key out, pump it up to a 13 or something. That's what I do. All of my keys are pugged, and I tend to always use my own key. That way, I can be the one that chooses who gets into my group. The only downside is, if you wipe, you do, downgrade your key, and that does happen a lot. I'd say not too hard. I'd also advise trying to find people to play with, but that can be super difficult. I've tried that myself on Discord pages and stuff, but no one wants to group up with a Windwalker. I don't think it'll be too difficult. That's good. That's a decent score for plus 13s. As long as you're willing to get declined by 50 groups before you get invited to one, then you should be fine. But comparatively, you could be topping damage in that group. It's just meta brain, honestly. Oh, Stream Elements is working. That's good. So last time we had a little bit of an issue where people were typing comments and they just kept getting deleted. There was a theory going around that it was because the comments were put in subscriber mode only. Not the case, actually. I double checked on that. I think it's because I was using Stream Elements and I had set my my comment blocker to like maximum security. I locked that down. I've lowered those restrictions because it kind of just seemed to be removing anything if there were too many emotes potentially, maybe too many cap lock, like, I don't know, people using proper grammar and punctuation. So hopefully today we don't have that as much. So the plan today is to do Operation Floodgate. We'll do it a few times over. Fingers crossed they release some of the new dungeons later on in the window of the stream, but I'm not, counting my chickens that they will. But they will have them up for Saturday, and that's a guarantee. It's not 100%, but I'd be super surprised if they don't have them out by Saturday. So Saturday looks like it'd be more going into the new dungeons, but there is a chance they might release them at some point. I'm not too sure how they release them on the PTR, if you might have to update it or not, but I'm keeping my eyes on information for that as we go on. So, yeah, we'll do Operation Floodgate. What I did want to look at quickly was something quite funny that I noticed. There was another bug with Windwalker. Surprise, surprise. And I don't know if any of you are part of the Windwalker Discord, but there was just basically this bug going on with one of the Citron gems on actual retail on live, and it was the gem that basically meant it where if a player died, it like empowered all anyone else that used that same gem. It was kind of like a kind of made it so that if you died, it would benefit everybody else. But there was a bug with Windwalkers where if your Zuin died, or not died even, if it despawned, or if a Mistweaver Monk's Chi-Ji despawned, that also counted as a death. And of course, people abused it. I just thought it was funny to bring it up because we can also have a look at this damage on Queen Ansaract and how they abused it. So basically, what looks like happens is all of these players off themselves really early in the fight and off their Zuin and their whatever. So you can see Windwalker basically doing nothing. All these players look like they off themselves, whilst the Assassination Rogue, Unholy DK, Demon Hunter, Shaman, you know, the main damage, they managed to output about, you know, 344 million damage per second for a solid for a solid like minute for like a solid second or so. That's absolutely crazy. They must have nuked this boss. Since then it's been hotfixed. It's not like this is still on retail, and if it was, I'd say don't do it, please. This is one of those bugs where it's like it crosses the line a little bit, but I just thought it was really funny. I was reading this morning, and they just found a way to absolutely cheese this gem and nuke Ansarac. But yeah, I thought I'd share that because that was quite funny. Also, I've been looking at trinkets and stuff, because last time when we were going through trinkets, it was a little bit scuffed. I hadn't looked through them that much, so I was just using about the same 4 over and over again. So, can we see the bag? We can see the bag. Anything on this side here, we're not going to use. I've looked through them, and they all just seem to either be gimmicky, tank trinkets, healer more trinkets, or trinkets that just don't really work well for M+, or give me stats that I don't really want, like Mastery. I don't really want Mastery at the moment, except for this one, House of Cards, which does give you Mastery, but I'll talk a bit more when I use that one. Hello, Abelis. Did I say that right? Abelis? Hello, welcome. So I've basically narrowed down the trinkets, but the one that I wanted to look at particularly was this one. Garbage Mancer's Last Resort. I was testing this for like half an hour before I started the stream, and it's absolutely insane. This trinket has no cooldown, right? Bear that in mind. And basically, what it does is we'll use it. You press it, it activates, looks like nothing happens. 10 seconds after I drop this, it'll land and do an insane amount of damage. If we can have a look at the damage breakdown here. Suddenly that does 4.57 million damage, but then you can just press it again straight away. So every time this thing lands, you just press it again and again. You can't stack them. I did try that, because that would be crazy. Can you imagine like doing a pull and stacking up 50 of these? But we're talking you can do about 4.5 million damage with this trinket alone every 10 seconds. This has to be a bug. I'm not sure if this is intended, because you've also got another trinket here called the Gear Grinder's Spare Key, which has the exact same thing on a 2-minute cooldown. So I have no idea if this is intended or they just forgot to put a cooldown on, but I'm going to be abusing this today because I just think it's really funny. We'll see how much damage we can get out of this, but it is absolutely crazy. What else will we be using first? I've been looking through stats as well. Because we've had to use all the tier set gear to obviously use new tier set, we can't really balance our stats how we'd want to. So you can see that actually Mastery and Haste are really close together, where you'd usually want Haste to be like super high above it. I still think that'll be the case. I think Haste will be number 1, Mastery 2, Crit Burst like number 3 tied. But I want to try and buff Haste a bit more. So I've looked through these trinkets, and it was pointed out to me that there's a trinket called Reverb Radio, which basically passively increases your Haste, and then like every so often, once it's procced 5 times, you get a massive amount of Haste on top of it. So I think these 2 trinkets are what we're going for first. We're going to abuse this Garbage Mancer's Last Resort, and we're going to pump ourselves with some Haste. Other than that, we're going to try 3 talent builds. We've got Cock, Cock Bok, SP Bok, SP No Bok. Basically, fairly self-explanatory. Cock is just the standard Cock build. We'll be trying Slicing Winds out in all of these builds, by the way, because I just enjoy the talent. I have been looking to see if it's going to be meta. I think in single target likelihood, no. But currently, it looks like it potentially will be. The only downside of this talent is that you're having to basically give away another talent in this bottom row. Yeah. Because if you try to, you can't take away something from the top, for instance. Because if you try to take away ferociousness, like for example, you can't then put it in there just because of how the talents work out. So I'm giving up dual threat, transfer of power. I'm not sure if they're the best ones to give up, but currently they're the only ones I can really see. You're not getting rid of Zuin or any of that sort of thing. You're not getting rid of Whirling Dragon Punch or Revolving Whirl. And Zuin's Bond is basically a must-take for Cock because of how it lines up. So we're just going to mess around with that. Cock Bok, the exact same thing basically, except we're going to see how Cock works with Bok. Because on retail, I'm sure many players have not actually tried Cock at all, especially with the new Bok build. I haven't, so I think that'll be interesting to give it a whirl and see if it actually holds up with the Shadowpan Bok build, which is, as you expect, Shadowpan Bok, and then Shadowpan no Bok is basically going back to our initial route, where we didn't focus around Bok, and we basically focused around AoE damage, ordered elements, which is nice. It'll nice to try that out again. And basically working around our Storm Earth Buy windows. So we have got some structure today. I know, right? Structure. Crazy. We're going to start off with Cock because it's really fun. We're going to queue up, and I'm just going to test out on this target on me for a little bit. Do a little bit of warming up, I think. So let's change this over to gaming. Yeah, that's what we're doing with gaming. From looking at, I didn't think there were too many groups going today. That's not great. There have been groups going throughout the time I've been on this PTR this morning, so although it says no groups found, do not fret. There will be a group. Potentially I'll start one, actually. Oh, that's it. Oh, so they got all the keys. You got everything in there. You just can't queue up for them. Cool. Okay, no, I won't start a group. I'll just wait for one to form. So we'll have a look at the Cock basically on these ads. I was trying to work out as well, when do you want to use Slicing Winds in your opener? And I was testing out a few variations. Do you want to try maybe use it before you use Celestial Conduit? Maybe after? And I think you want to use it after you use Celestial Conduit. The main reason for that, I think, is that the cooldown does seem to work better. Like, the cooldown reduction does seem to work better on it if you used it afterwards. So the opener will be like a double Tiger Palm, Zwad, Storm Earth and Fire, Strike of the Windlord, Tiger Palm, and then, you know, Celestial Conduit, and then absolutely go ham with Slicing Winds. So we'll try that out. But what you also want to open with at the moment is this Garbage Lancer's Last Resort. So let's give it a go. We'll wait for that to drop. And we'll just see how much damage we can do on an opener real quickly. So I think it's interesting. So that's about to land. You've got to count about 10 seconds in your head. So yeah, about a 30-second opener, and you can see Spinning Crane Kick, Slicing Winds topping it. I probably should have dropped another Garbage Mancers during that, but it's going to get used to dropping this at like 10 seconds. There's no way this goes live, but yeah, not too bad. And that's pretty much the opener, so we can do about like 5 million damage in the opener. I don't know why this one's showing 300. I think it's a Garbage Mancer bug or something. But yeah, that's basically what we're going to do. Let's try to find a group. Okay, healer, we'll sign up for that one, and it should form in the next, like, 5 minutes or so. If he lets me in. Please let me in. I didn't think about if he'd let me in or not, actually. What else can we try? Oh, hello, thank you. So, let's just compare that to the, what's it called? SP No-Bot, and see what that sort of opener's like in comparison. I think that's a good way to test it. So, it was about, like, 5 million? On just Cock alone. This one is going to be a little bit different. We're going to Slicing Winds before we Fist of Fury here. So it'll be like the standard AoE opener, but I want to put Slicing Winds higher prior than Fist of Fury. The only reason I'm doing that is just because of the cooldown. You want to get that running. So it'll be like Strike of the Windlord into a Slicing Winds, Tiger Palm, that sort of jazz. Get that disgusting trinket off my screen. Alright, so we're going to drop the garbage on this guy. Wait 10 seconds. It's going to be interesting trying to, like, work out when to drop this garbage with a tank trying to group up everything. You don't want it to all, like, you don't want to drop it and then he moves it. So, double Tiger Palm, standard opener, Slicing Winds, Tiger Palm once more, and then Fist of Fury. Let me know if the WoW audio is a little bit too loud as well. In my ear, it's kind of loud, but I'm not sure if my OBS settings have reduced it enough that you can't... It doesn't affect how you can hear my voice. So, I don't think that does as much damage, but I think that it's going to be more consistent than Cock. We'll have to compare the two, but you can see once again, Spinning Crane Kick, Slicing Winds up there at the top. Gob Apocalypse, Gob. I don't even know how you pronounce that. Oh, we'll remove that as well. We do not need raid cooldowns. Doesn't sound too loud, your voice is clear over. Oh, perfect. That's exactly what we want. Yeah, for me, my WoW audio is really loud, but I've turned that down. And I will remove the music once we get into an actual dungeon, so we can just listen to the gorgeous WoW sound effects. One thing I haven't been able to do is remove the pet HUD that shows up in the bottom of the screen. I've gone into edit mode, I've looked for pet bar, I don't know where it is. Actually, it might be in one of these settings. But, is it an action bar? No, so I can't find where my pet bar is, and if you go into edit mode, like, I don't know where my pet bar is, so I literally can't move this pet bar. It's a little bit annoying because it overlaps with the abilities that I've used, so if you want to actually look at what I've cast, you have to... Anytime I press zoo in, you've just got this massive bar there that overlaps it, so I do apologize about that. PTR woes. But yeah, I do think this Garbage Mance is really interesting. As well as this, I want to try out the Blastmaster 3000. Really basic trinket. If any of you played Aberrus? Aberrus, it's kind of similar to the bomb dispenser, except you'll only throw out one bomb. With the bomb dispenser, it's like throw out a bomb every 15 seconds or something. This one is every minute. Basically the same effect, has the exact same icon, so same ability, isn't it? Eye of Kazan is a pretty good trinket as well, although it does give mastery. It's really passive. We tried it out last week, and it gives agility, it does some damage, but it's really hard to like test how good of a trinket this is, because it's all adding stats, if that makes sense. So like, if I look on details to try and, okay, the healer logged off, awesome. If I look on stats to try and work out like how good it is, it's difficult. What else? Oh, I did want to try the Meccano? Oh my god, English. The Meccano Core Amplifier. So this one struck my interest, piqued my interest. One, it gives agility, awesome. But it also randomly increases your highest stats or your secondary stat, lowest secondary stat by like a big chunk, and it'll be random. So I'm under the impression that even though like mastery looks like it's the most here at 64%, haste is higher, like raw number wise. So I'm under the impression there's a chance it'll either increase haste or verse. Verse, meh. But if it can increase haste every like so often by 4,000, that's pretty damn good. That'll probably compete with the reverb radio, and if you put them up together, then suddenly you are haste walking. And we love haste walking. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Pool15. Welcome to the show. A little bit worried at the moment as no one is queuing for dungeons. It wasn't this bad earlier. Well, all day that I've been on looking at this, there have been groups going. I mean, slowly, albeit, but they've been going. The moment I dare try to join one of these groups, everybody's logged off. That's not great, is it? Hey, I heard you wanted to make some content. How about we don't do that? I'm gonna go Stormwind, I'm gonna get Keystone, and I'm gonna try and make my own group. There's no point waiting around for a group if one's not gonna form. Yeah, how's everybody doing? We all had a good Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. Everybody caught up with their WoW drama for the week? I sure have. It's everywhere. I don't know if any of you are interested in hardcore WoW. I seem to not be able to escape it. It's everywhere I look. Good drama though. Can't complain. Where's this Keystone Master? Class. He's over here, isn't he? This little dude over here. Hey, I'm glad you could catch my stream as well, Cold Dog. Dog? That's a great name. I like that one. Yeah, I mean, I thought Wednesday would be a good day in the evening. I try to line my streams up as well with, like, US time. I know US time is, like, all over the place. It's like a massive, big country, isn't it? But I thought do it relatively later in the evening EU so that potentially US can view as well or watch the stream. There'll always be VODs. I'm always going to VOD my videos. But I did want to try and capture or allow you guys to watch as well if you're over from the States. That's why there's no morning streams. Also, I am not a morning person. So if I set my keystone to something like an 8, do I need the keystone itself? Keystone container. Contains a mythic keystone. Interesting. How does this work? Oh, mythic invitational? Oh, damn. Am I in the pro leagues? So we have it on a 2. Let's just see if we can put it into an 8. Yeah, okay, that's simple enough. Oh, okay. No one's queuing up dungeons. Panic. With Canada soon, very big. Yeah, Canada this... yeah, right. With Canada joining. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that one. Kind of the same for Greenland, isn't it? I don't know if they'll be joining the States. How many states are in America? It's 50, isn't it? I always get mistaken. Is it 52 or 50? What, Canada the 51st and Greenland the 52nd? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Hello from Texas. Hello, FLCL Psycho. Welcome. Oh, that's cool, cool dog. Yeah, I mean, I work full-time as well during the weeks. Not for myself, so I actually work in aquaculture, which is quite interesting here in the UK. And I just thought I enjoy WoW as well, because I used to play WoW in my downtime. And a mate said, you're alright, Windwalker, why don't you make a channel? And I thought, okay. And I posted a video, and here we are now, streaming. But obviously it's in my downtime. I can't like stream or make videos 24/7, unfortunately, because I do have to do my I want to say actual job, but you know what I mean. My day job. This is my night job. So trying to balance that around making videos and all of that is it's a lot, but I really enjoy it. I really enjoy content creation. I enjoy getting creative as well. Like I remember my first YouTube video a few months ago. It was basically just a video of a dungeon with some music playing, and I don't know. I like to put a bit of my own flair into my videos, so they are taking a little bit longer to come out now. But it's because I don't know. I don't just want to sit in Dornagle and speak into a microphone the whole time. I like to add something a little bit different, make it a bit of an experience. Which is exactly what I'm doing right now, isn't it? I'm talking into a microphone whilst I'm sat in Stormwind. No, I'm forming a group. Don't worry, we'll get there. We've got a tank. That's already stepped. The hardest part is getting a tank. Healers will come. Sorry, Paladin. You just weren't the one. What is this music? It is going a little too hard. Let's play that. What else we got? Any good trinkets for Season 2? It's a tough one with trinkets at the moment, because obviously PTR, everything's going to change. I have had a little look at them, and the ones that caught my eye at the moment is this Garbage Mancer's Last Resort. It's very similar to Beacon from the Beyond, if you ever did Aberris, in that you basically drop a nuke on top of everything. The only difference is that it's like you press it and you choose where you want it to land. So let's say I want it to land here. It'll shoot up in the air. 10 seconds later, it's going to land. So you need to like almost pre-plan this, because if you're pulling a bunch of ads and then your tank decides to move them over here, that's not going to hit anything. But the really cool thing about this trinket is you can just spam it. Every 10 seconds, you can keep pressing it. I think Blizzard missed a timer on this thing, or they're going on the assumption that you need to really plan well about how you drop this. But I can see if they don't change this getting absolutely abused. Can you imagine like your whole group runs this trinket, your tank then stacks all the ads up over here, and suddenly you're hitting about 4.5 million each every 10 seconds. Well, we took like 20 million damage plus every 10 seconds. You're going to nuke things with this. So this is a trinket that I think could be abused. Other than that, I like the... Oh, healer. I like the look of this haste trinket. Again, it's going to be one of those trinkets that's really hard to judge how well it is because it is just a stat stick. The best we can do is look at aura uptime, which, you know, can be difficult to work out, is this going to actually be a good trinket or not? It's the same with a lot of these aura uptime ones. Where are they? Over here, these aura uptime ones. You're kind of an aura uptime one, but this is an on-use effect, actually. But that gives mastery. Like, Eye of Kazan, it gives you agility, and it gives you, you know, extra damage and stuff. And this one gives you either your highest or your lowest secondary stat. It's hard to judge how well these trinkets are going to do. That's kind of what the APL's for. People above my pay grade are going to work that out for me. I have no idea how to theory craft on that side, I'll be honest with you now. But yeah, unfortunately, no new dungeons today at this current moment. Hopefully, maybe later in the day, in a couple of hours, they'll release them. They should have been released yesterday, to be honest. But it is what it is. So Operation Mechagon, for anyone that missed it, we'll get to try it again now. So if you have missed this new dungeon, it's basically a dungeon that they've inserted into, what's it called? The Raging Chasm? The Ringing Deeps. They basically put a dungeon in the Ringing Deeps. I'm not quite sure what the lore is behind this. I haven't played any of the PTR story. I don't really enjoy doing that because I feel like it spoils it when I play it on retail, especially as you don't get cutscenes or anything. So I'm like basically redoing the story. I'll be honest with you all, I don't like making ults. I don't like redoing the story in games. It's like games like Borderlands, for instance. Like, some people can replay Borderlands over and over and over and over and over. I can play it once, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. New game plus? No, I've completed the game. Why would I want to do it again? So when I have level ults or anything, it's always in dungeons. I hate redoing quests. I don't know if anyone else is like that. Any ultaholics that hate redoing quests, but that's just where I come from. Hey, B&B Rush, welcome. Are you raiding tonight? More Princess? Or is Wednesday your off day? I know you raid on Saturday. I haven't got a raid tonight. Luckily, I'm raiding Thursday, Monday, Sunday this week? Thursday, Sunday, Monday? But hopefully it's just a Thursday, Sunday. What we're doing at the moment is we're basically leveling our ults. We're pushing our ults. We're getting our gear for split. So we'll raid, kill Queen Ansarak Mythic with our mains, and then we will run it again on our second characters, and then on our third characters we'll maybe do like 4 out of 8, trying to maybe push 6 out of 8, and we can usually get that done in a night or so it's not too bad. Wrong diff. What does he mean? Is there no keystone in here? Am I crazy? Hold on. The druid just said that we're in the wrong difficulty. I assume that you set the difficulty inside of the dungeon. I'll make him lead. Can you set the diff? Ain't got a clue. Oh, right. Oh no, he didn't mean as in wrong difficulty as in keystone. He meant I hadn't set it to mythic. Oh, I'm such a idiot sometimes. It was on heroic difficulty. I was like, what does he mean? Can I just chuck it in the keystone and we go? No, he meant, you idiot, you haven't even set it on mythic difficulty. Awesome. Hardcore. I don't think it's... I mean, it is. I think the main reason we're pushing so much is because we have to do splits next tier. I've never done splits in my life. It sounds like a lot of raiding. I am going to stream all of my raiding, which will be quite fun. I don't know if splits will be fun to watch. Maybe, because it'll be like the first time seeing the bosses on any difficulty. Oh my lord, that is loud. But yeah, I basically have 2 Windwalkers at the moment and 1 Demon Hunter. And the idea is to gear up the main Windwalker, probably this character right here. And then the other 2 characters will just be for like getting other leather wearers. I've never done a split. I guess that's the concept. And then straight into Mythic. We'll have some Mythic PTR testing coming up as well, which is quite exciting. But that's enough yapping about that. Let's get Operation Floodgate going. Turn this music off. Where's the music? Get that out of my ears right now. Okay. Operation Floodgate is a good dungeon. I've run it enough times to know it like the back of my hand now. I think it's a good dungeon for a new dungeon. Everybody seems to do this pull differently. Oh no. I just realized something. I'm in Shadowpan. Okay, it looks like we'll be doing Shadowpan first. That's fine. I was going to test out all of these builds. So I'm under the impression this is a Shadowpan without bot. In fact, I'm 100% this is Shadowpan without bot. So we'll see how this works. Basically, it's like it's basically if you were running in raid at the moment, this is kind of the AoE build that you'd run on something like Ovanax. So these ads will put out a massive shredder. If you have a group of melee, you're in trouble. However, if you don't have a group of melee, all you got to do is sidestep once and you should be alright. My ears. Oh my god, my WoW volume is loud. I hope it's not too loud for all of you. I might turn it down myself when I get a moment. Oh, yep, forgot to blow up the boxes. And basically your goal here is to blow up 5 stockpiles, and that will unlock like one of the laser bosses.
Good to see you again,
We are going ping happy at the moment, but my tank is pulled. So I want to try drop a bomb onto these ads. So I'm going to assume Hank's going to tank him here. I put the bomb down in preparation. He hasn't moved them yet. Don't move them. Did the hit? No! And you can see how delayed that is, actually. That took so long to go through. Okay, so I can see this trinket being really, really bad if you don't have communication with your tank. Luckily, we have a new affix this time around. It was the Detox affix last time I played. This one is one of the best affixes for Windwalker Monk because all its health is a shield. So as long as you keep Touch of Death up every time this affix spawns, you will practically one-shot it. Windwalkers are really good on weeks where this is the affix. No other class can really do that. So we have all our cooldowns up. I'm going to slicing winds to get out of that. Fail. That's alright. And we're going to save our cooldowns here for a big pull. These Contort Blood guys are really dangerous. If whenever they cast, you want to make sure that you pop Diffuse Magic or something. Otherwise, you are going to feel the pain. You need to defend with it, basically. I'm just going to use a Karma here because I don't think it's going to do that much damage on a 8. I am correct. I maybe should have saved my cooldowns for this pack. This is the big one. I want to hit everything with Slicing Winds, so we're going to charge it up. Make sure we hit the big dash on everyone. Everything is casting. Do I want to interrupt? Yeah, go on then. I'll be a good boy. Not too bad so far. And now we're going to do a boss. It looks like a massive ad pack. This is a boss. I want to try to drop some garbage bombs on it because you tend to stack everything up here. So ideally we get some garbage bombs off. Have I dropped one here? Alright, we'll see if we can hit these with the garbage bombs. I have dropped one. Fingers crossed that they stay up. So you see the Void Emissary? You one-shot it as a Windwalker if you touch your death it pretty much. So if you're doing a keystone with the Void Emissary, always save touch your death through it. It's crazy damage. Alright, so it looks like this is where we're doing it. So I'm going to try and drop my garbage bomb here. And we're stacking. That's a good sign. And the moment I see it land, I want to try drop it again. So that's one. We'll go again. See what sort of damage we can get out of it. Although all the ads are dead now, so... And with this boss, you really want to focus ads. If any of these casts go off, especially later on in the fight, you're probably going to die. It's like a channel sort of ability that goes out, and it's really crazy damage. So I think the plan is to just drop nukes on this guy, because the tank seems to be not moving it, which is amazing. We really like that. I'm going to hold Slicing Winds when it spawns ads again. I'm going to put another bomb down. And ads are coming up now. Okay, we are going to move, so I'll drop again, pop everything, Slicing Winds, and now just hopefully hit all the ads. Another big change that came to Windwalker, if you haven't seen, is to do with Spinning Crane Kick. You no longer have to stack it up. So anyone that hated stacking it up, rejoice. It will now always do a fixed amount of damage. It will do less damage to 5 targets, but more damage to any amount of targets under 5 going forward. In its current iteration, which, you know, could change, but... That's more or less how it's going to work. I was really hyping up this garbage bomb, but it seems to be really awkward to use. Okay, so we'll drop it here. I don't think he's going to move the ads too much here, so I should get a big bomb. Pop a defensive. Bomb's gone out. Drop another one, but I think everything's going to be dead. I think things are dying a little bit too quickly for this bomb to do any real damage. Did we get it off there? We did. So like 4.81 million damage is really good for a trinket. Like, but it's just making sure that you can actually get it off every single time. So like this, for instance, I need to know where this tank is going to hold these ads. He's holding them here, but now he's moved them a little bit, and now suddenly my bomb is not going to hit anything. So I think it's communication with tank is going to be super big for this trinket. But if you can pull it off, you are having a great time. GTFO is loud, but the game sound is still good. Okay, I'll turn down the volume of GTFO when I get a sound chance. Or alternatively, I can just avoid standing and stuff, but I don't know about that. Let's have a look. Options, add-ons, GTFO. We'll put it on to quiet, see what that's like. DPS still a bit loud? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. What I'll do is I'll just turn my WoW volume down a bit.
I'm out of range.
We'll turn it down to that. Let me know if it needs adjusting at all. So this stream was meant to be not as scuffed, but there's still going to be scuffs. It's still teething, trying to work out what audio levels we can do everything at. I think the main difference is that I try to reduce the audio levels in OBS itself. But so to me, everything's like super loud, but it's hard to judge. I don't know if I need to preferably change things to in-game. Want to hit everything here with slicing winds, and we managed to do that. A misconception with slicing winds that I see a lot is that people potentially think that it does more damage based on how long you charge it up. It's not actually the case. It does a fixed amount of damage no matter what. The charge up basically just determines how far you go with it. So what you want to really do in like an ideal world is one tap it. So you just hit like whatever's in front of you. But you have the option to charge it up if ads are a little bit spread out. But the damage will always be the same no matter what. Oh my lord, he's pulled it all. So we're slicing winds here. Hit everything. Maybe a little bit too far. I think I read that just one tapping it is like 10% of a flying serpent kick overall. And then holding it all the way down is like maybe just 80% of a flying serpent kick. So it won't take you as far as flying serpent kick used to. Okay, that's a lot of damage. And this is what I mean by if you have a lot of melee, you're in trouble. Like, you can see all of these blades pop out of the ground. Flamethrowers going. This is going to be a really dangerous ad pack. Healer down. Hopefully he gets the first intermission on Princess tonight. I'm sure you will. I mean, once it clicks in people's brains that they need to stop focusing on DPS and get into position as soon as possible, you'll be fine. I think that's the main thing, is that you just need to react so quick to moving to the right position, and then the fight becomes really trivial. And then you got to learn the intermission, which is kind of the exact same thing. The intermission is absolutely nuts. You need to make sure you have your defenses up and use them at the perfect time. Fortifying, brew, and diffuse magic are your best friend in that intermission.
Welcome to the firing range. I'm out of range.
This boss is kind of cool. It's kind of like a Siege of Borealis sort of boss, the first boss in Siege of Borealis, where he drops tons of bombs everywhere, and then you've basically got to charge him through everything. And if you charge him through all of the bombs successfully, you don't die. So I have this on me at the moment. I want to make sure he hits these two bombs. I think I was a little bit slow. I was a little bit slow. But he'll charge like multiple times. As well as that, people will get like an orange ring around them. If they get an orange ring around them, they can also blow up bombs. But you get a lot of charges, so you can see that all the bombs are already destroyed, and we're absolutely chilling. And then it's just dodge lines. The other main thing you need to do here is make sure that you kill both these bosses at the same time. If you don't, you're in trouble. So you can see I have this on me now. I want to go over here, and I build up a bomb, and then I get the charge as well. So I want him to hit that. Don't get hit by his charge. If you get hit by his charge, you won't get one shot, but it'll be close. And you can see that we're going to kill the one boss really early. That's really not good. It's going to be worth using big defensives here. Oh, actually, no. That was good target switching, actually, from the group. But yeah, usually this guy, this big guy, is the one that's going to stay up longer because he's charging around. It makes it really awkward to hit as a melee. Whereas Kiza, is that right? Kiza quick use. She kind of stays put. She's going to be like your most obvious choice to hit if you want to be doing damage. But you need to make sure they go at the same time. I've never seen Kiza stay alive out of the two first. I don't want to know what happens if she is the one that stays up. The more I use Slicing Winds, the more I actually really enjoy it. I thought I was going to miss Flying Serpent Kick more than I have. It's not to say not having Flying Serpent Kick is annoying, because you use it for mobility, obviously, but it's nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be. This next boss is very similar to Sludge Fist, which was a boss in Capital Nathria, if any of you remember that. Basically, he's going to make it so that you and a partner will have to stay within each other's like radius for the entire fight. You'll be kind of like held together with vines. Yeah, basically you want to stack as a group is the best way to play it, and just always move in the same direction. So this guy's called out that we move right. The whole fight, we're going to move right. And that's the best way to play it. One person will not get rooted together, but it's still worth like moving as a team. Especially as there's a load of mechanics that come out that kind of like hit you in the face. There's a lot of frontals, a lot of like random waves that come out. You just need to be careful on this fight and stay as a group is the best. So like we're instantly basically linked together. I might have got lucky here and avoided it. Have I? Nope, I'm bind. So tank said move right, we move right. The thing is, if you move in opposite directions, one of you basically pulls the other into them, and so you're basically pulling a teammate into all of this damage. So things that fall from the sky, you're going to pull someone on top of that. Waves come out. I'm going to diffuse magic here just to stay safe. So Slicing Winds is kind of really awkward to use on this fight. You want to maybe use it during the time where you aren't vined. Like every so often you don't get vined. It like drops off after all the mechanics, and that's when I think is the best time to use it. Move right. He didn't move. So you can see there at the end he pulled me in because he moved left and I moved right, and if you go too far from each other just slightly, one of you, the person basically who doesn't move, is going to be the one that gets pulled. So I guess that's the tip. If you don't want to be the one that gets pulled, make sure you move first. Although you probably don't want to kill your teammates. Okay, you don't actually want to pull these guys out. Because that Bubbles will one-shot them. Just like Bubbles likes to one-shot my tanks a lot of the time. Every time I've done this dungeon, Bubbles has like one-shot a tank. Maybe not so bad on an 8, but it does a lot of damage. You don't want to get hit by any of these bubbles. And yeah, that was chill. I'm not sure if 8s are downscaled or if our gear is just so high at the moment, but 8s, I don't know. 8s used to feel semi-difficult or a challenge. I'm not sure how Mythic Plus is going to work, if they're going to like kind of soft recess it, or if it's just going to go higher. Like usually they just go higher, don't they? So like this season we'll probably be pushing like 20s, won't we? Oh god. Surprise inspection. The next room over is one of the most dangerous rooms in this entire dungeon and can easily wipe your group. The main reason for that is it's full of these ads here, the electricians that constantly cast. I think it's lightning bolt, just straight lightning bolt. That's all they cast. And if they like start like hitting you with like 4 at a time, you're dead. higher keys, you can just get hit by 2 and you'll die. So you need to make sure you interrupt these. And if you don't like use an actual kick, they'll just keep casting. So real kicks are what you want to be using here. And I'm gonna save my Storm Earth and Fire for when we come up here, because these pulls are a little sketchier. I want as much damage as possible. I've realized I've like barely used this garbage shoot ability.
I'm out of range.
Maybe not as good as I hyped it up to be. But the concept's fun. We'll try to use it here. A little bit of a dash there.
I must
Get out the big circles.
I do not have a target.
Hey, Afaro X? Did I pronounce that right? I hope so. Oh, thank you. That's really nice to hear. I'm glad the guides help. I mean, that's the main concept of my channel, really, is that I always found it difficult to find, like, Windwalker guides or anything Windwalker related. You'd obviously get the, like, POV here and there of a kill. But anytime I wanted to find out information on Windwalker, it was always through, like, written guides. There are a lot of written guides on it because the Windwalker community is good, but I always found it a difficulty to find visual. And I always find that, like, being able to see something is easier. So, yeah, that's why I try to make all those guides. I will 100% be doing a Season 2 guide before it comes out. Obviously, at the moment, there's no point in making a Season 2 guide now because all of this is going to change. But it will come out before Season 2, basically. What's the best items? What tier set pieces do you want? Do we have any special weapons that we need to be using? What's our best stats? Basically the exact same video that I made for my Windwalker guide. The only difference is it won't be, like, as in-depth, if that makes sense. The reason the Windwalker guide is so long is because I go through a lot about rotations. There might be some rotational changes, and if there are, I'll go through them. But the main difference is that it won't go through, like, the basics and stuff like that. Oh no. I was trying to use this puddle here to be the one that blocks it, but someone else stole it. You basically need to make the lightning balls go through these puddles. If it looks like static, it's been used. If it looks like water, good to go. I got baited. Yeah, basically because I went through a lot of, like, the basics of Windwalker, which I probably don't need to do in a newer video because I've already gone through it. There's no point rehashing it, I guess. Honestly, not very high damage that dungeon from anyone. I think because it was a +8 and everything just kind of dropped. Not great. But even like the enhancement shaman, I've seen enhanced shamans do like 4 million. So I think +8s kind of aren't it. I think they're kind of cool to showcase the dungeon, but if we want to actually see damage, I might try to do 12s. But if we have a look at the damage breakdown here, oh, I need to leave the dungeon first, otherwise it doesn't show it properly. We had that problem last time. Oh no, we don't have enough count. This happened on Saturday as well. That we'd do the dungeon and it wouldn't finish because we didn't have enough count, but there's no indication of count at the moment. So I don't know if we're gonna finish it. This guy's Hearthen, right? Yeah, nah, we're not gonna finish it. I'll just reset the dungeon. Yeah, I think count's a little bit buggy on the PTR at the moment, but do I really care about the new dungeon loot when I have it in my bags already? Not really. You've been a casual player your whole life and just started getting to end game with the War Within. You stumbled across my videos and it's unlocked a whole new level of game for me. I'm really glad. I was a casual player up until Dragonflight. I mean, I say casual, like a lot. I did mythic raiding, but we never like managed to kill any end bosses, and we always like pushed at the very end of a tier, if that makes sense. Like we'd get to the end boss at the end of a tier, but we'd always like struggle loads with it. And then in Dragonflight, I don't know, me and my mates put on our gamer hats and we decided, nah, we're getting some cutting edges, and we managed to get them. Nothing crazy or anything like rank 1,000 guilds and whatnot, but just managing to get our first cutting edges were really good. And I think that's when I like try to really hone down on how can I get the most out of Windwalker Monk. Like, I'm not the best gamer in the world. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not like a god gamer, but I put a lot of work into it. Which sounds weird. Like, why would you put a lot of work into a video game? But I enjoy it. I enjoy this video game. So I've spent a lot of time like just looking at logs and reading on perfect like priority, like what is your best order, and then practicing. But a lot of it was from logs and looking at like, okay, when does this player, who's like a rank 1 logger, casting this ability, and just going through timelines and working out like that. And I think that's like one of the best ways to learn any spec is, why is this player using this ability then and I don't? Work out why that is, get into the habit of using it when they are, understanding why they've done it. And it's just learning like that. I think logs can be utilized for so much more than just how much have I passed? What is my number? You can learn loads. And that's how I predominantly did it. And then I made some guide videos, so hopefully everybody can do it. I think logs.io is a really good resource. I went over it in my UI guide. It's kind of tucked in like at the end of the video, but it's like a really good way of getting like note timelines. Like, I don't know if it'll show on the PTR. Does it? Do I need to activate my personal note? Oh, it's because my name's wrong. Is it? Here, you can see like for bosses like Ansarak and everything, I've got these massive timelines of when I want to cast abilities. And it might seem like cheating, but really it's just keeping a note for yourself about when to work it out. So like before I even pull the boss, I like write out a massive template of notes that I want to do. And then as you're pulling, you continuously change it. Okay, so I don't really want to use, Touch of Karma here. I want to use it a few seconds later. Or we're trying to push the intermission, so I don't want to use Zwan before the intermission. I need to push it back to the second Storm, Earth, and Fire. It's stuff like that. I think you can always like adapt it, but I think having a note on your screen, and even if you get a weak aura called K's MRT, it will like audibly talk to you and tell you, cast Storm, Earth, and Fire in 8 seconds or whatever it says. It can really help, especially if you're learning. For earlier bosses and stuff, you don't. I mean, you might use it. I used it initially, but once you're used to a boss, it's not too bad. But I think on like harder bosses like Kaiveza, where you need to press your defensives at the exact perfect time, otherwise you're a goner in that intermission. Something like that is really, really good. I rolled Windwalker last week, and I can't put it down. I've just been watching your videos and trying to apply and learn. Yeah, no, I really love Windwalker, and I think more people should get into it. I think it's a niche one. I'm not sure why it's so niche. I don't know if people think it's too difficult to play. But, it's not crazy difficult to play. It's got a bit of like difficulty in its mastery, but if you use something like Flurry of Zuin, which completely like negates your mastery, it's not too bad. In fact, I'm going to try Flurry of Zuin out for a little bit. See if I can avoid some hit combos for a second. But yeah, I really enjoy Windwalker. I like its mobility. That's what it's got going for it. But I also think it's really fun to play in that you're not spamming the same button 20 times in a row. You're always doing something different. You always have to think ahead. I'm not sure if any other specs are like that. I know things like Arcane Mage and stuff are crazy, where you have to like plan out a 30. I don't know if it's still like this, but you have to like plan out like a 30 order opener. It's not like that. We're not talking that level of difficulty. But yeah, Windwalker's unique. You either love it or hate it. But if you love it, you probably stick with it forever. It's quite a tight-knit community as well, and I think some of the community leaders are so amazing. Like they've got websites dedicated to the spec that help you learn it. Guides out all the time, always up to date, always testing APL. Those that love it are committed to it, and a lot of other classes don't have that. So that's the one thing Windwalker's got. Community. Yeah. Is that going to get you into a Mythic Plus? I don't know. But it will. Yeah. Won't get you into a Mythic Plus, but it will help you learn. Many days you raid? I currently raid 3 days a week. I raid on Thursday, Sunday, and Monday currently, because it's the end of the season. We usually can get that down to a Sunday, Monday at the moment. So 2 days is what I'm raiding at the moment, and that's like 2 full mythic clears. and then one like half mythic clear is what we're currently doing. Next tier, oh my god, I don't even want to look at it. It terrifies me. I think we're raiding like 5 days a week. I've never raided 5 days a week. That is, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's gonna be fun. And I'm gonna stream it all. So there'll be a lot of live streams and probably less videos during that time. I'll still make videos per like boss, if that makes sense. Like if we kill a mythic boss, I'll make a video on it. But there might be quite a few less guides in that time because I'm gonna have to balance work and then 5-day raiding. It's gonna be pretty insane. But that'd be kind of cool. Start off with splits and then straight into mythic. Down it all. Thank you for subscribing, Luca Rusi. If you're watching right now, welcome. If you're not, welcome anyway. The way you broke down the class just clicked with me. When I've played other classes, I do fine and they're fun, but following your stuff, I've really understood what I'm doing things. I mean, I appreciate you saying that. Like, the way I looked at it, I was like, how would I want a guide to be done for me to understand? Because I'm like, I'm not the brightest tool in the shed, but like, I find it like difficult, like, if people just sit in Dornagal and they'll tell you how to do it, and telling's fine, but I like visually seeing it as well. So I basically thought to myself, every time I like did something like all those what was it, like talents and stuff, trying to like talk through talents, how you do a talent for M+. I was trying to like find videos of myself doing it or videos of someone else doing it or trying to explain why you pick it. So it's kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. It's a different way of doing it, and it's why the video came out so long for my guides. But I just think, how would I understand it? Like what's missing from this that would make it better or easy for someone who's basically someone who's never played this class in their entire life? How can you make a guide to someone new? And that's kind of the way it came across. So a lot of things like a lot of monks might already know, like mastery and stuff, for instance, like if you've been playing monk, you know how mastery works, but it felt like silly to leave stuff like that out because it's fundamental. So I wanted to make a guide for everybody. And that's usually how I go about it. It's trying to like all levels of playing. It's not everybody's like God Gamer. I'm not God Gamer. But a lot of people, not everybody's new as well. So you want to put a bit of everything in. I think that makes sense. Oh no, I'm just going to turn my light on because it has gone pitch black. I hate the UK. It's like pitch black by, what is it, 5? It's not even 5. I have... Let there be light. Okay, so once again, it doesn't look like there's any groups. Kind of annoying. But I started a group last time, didn't I? So I'll just do it again. And I think we'll go for a 12 or something. I think a 12 is the way forward. An 8 does not represent... It's just... Nothing stays alive long enough. Everything just drops, so... It's cool if you're learning the dungeon, but I've done this dungeon... I want to say like 12 times now. If I don't know it by now, I'm never going to know it. Okay, we can actually look at the damage breakdown as well. I will have a look at that once I've formed a group with my keystone. In fact, let me... Oh, it's a 10 though, but it's got a tank. Fine, well, we'll queue it for this. The next one I do will be a 12, and I will try out a different build. So that was Shadowpan Nobok. I think I kind of screwed myself with my trinkets. In my head, this trinket was going to be the best trinket ever created on this planet. It's actually not if you don't have communication. I guarantee this trinket did nothing. Let's scroll down and find it. Wait, where is it? Garb Apocalypse. So it did 2.1%, which is alright for a trinket that I think I hit like 3 times. I think this trinket is going to be so good if it stays in its current iteration, especially if you're in a pre-made, you all talk to each other, you're all like, your tank stands in perfectly still, and you just drop this thing, like, because I wasn't dropping it nearly as much as I could have. The issue at the moment is I have my trinket kind of in this corner here, so I forget it exists. Usually on retail, I have it over here. I've tried to make an action bar that allows me to do that, but I can't use Bartender. I have to use the Blizzard UI, so it's really awkward. I'm making excuses, but I'm allowed to. So I started tanking M+ this season to build my friend list with the plan that eventually I'll have people to play any class spec I want. So Windwalker in Season 2 will be my ult. Hey, that's cool. Yeah, I think finding group to play with is the best thing you can do in this game. Just, you know, having people to play with, people you can communicate with is really cool. I used to have friends that played this game. And we used to do Mythic Plus all the time, actually, at the start of the expansion, but they all kind of... I think playing the entire Dragonflight and doing all the raids, like... Because we had no breaks, because our guild, like, struggled so much on bosses, we raided the entire tier, killed the boss in, like, a few weeks before the new tier came out, and then you had to do it all over again. So we basically... A lot of them burnt themselves out, which is fine. So now they're, like... I don't even know what they're playing, like Delta Force and stuff. I don't give a... The only thing I would say about having Windwalker as your ult in Season 2 is gear. You just want to be careful. Because I know Brewmaster absolutely hates haste. So you're basically going to want to, whenever you're searching for gear, is trying to get 2 entirely different setups. One for Brewmaster, one for Windwalker. I think Brewmaster is still crit verse. It might be mastery. I'm leveling. I have a Brewmaster as my ult, but the issue is that I run it with haste because obviously I don't have the right gear for it. You want to play Mistweaver? No. No way am I playing Mistweaver. I am an awful healer. No! No, guys, wait! Oh, shit. Oh, no!
4, 3,
Panic.
1.
They did not just start this dungeon without me in it. Why did they not wait? Are we in? I need to change my talents. Let's go cock. I want to try some cock. Wait. That came out really wrong. Actually, that's... I want to try some conduit at the Celestial, and I don't want to run this trinket. I want to try the Mechano Core. Put it in. Oh, you're not going to play Brew. I'll leave you Prop Pally or Blood. Oh, in that case, yeah. Windwalker, yeah, for DPS is really good. You might struggle finding groups, but that's just how it is, unfortunately. I've never really played Prop Pally, or I played Blood DK back in WoD. They have Blood Boil. That's about all I know, right? Yep, cool. I don't really know anything about them. Yeah, Windwalker's, it's looking fun. It's looking fun. If anything. Oh god. Brother. The one downside of Celestial Conduit is I got absolutely blasted. What else we got? Oh boy, we've got some comments, but every time I look over at the comments, I seem to get a flamethrower in my face. I do apologize. GTFO was going crazy there. I'm not sure if they've changed those whirling bots. On Saturday, they seem to do nothing, but maybe it looks like they're actually doing damage now. Yeah, not like you're finding groups at the moment as Windwalker. Yeah, that's true. It can only get better, right? I just, as I keep saying, I always just say, make your own group, honestly. Suddenly then you're the king. You decide who gets in. Only downside is, it is your keystone that gets tanked, but... form a good group. What do I like to play with as a Windwalker? I like... priests. Windwalker's actually really good with PI. We don't often get it, but we are actually one of the better classes with PI. Surprisingly. Ooh, you touch a death that. That's cool. I will have a look at chat. I can see from the corner of my eye that people are typing messages. I just don't want to die again. I want to save myself the embarrassment. I'll try read messages when I'm running in between packs. Like, that is some crazy damage. And I definitely could have done more there. Warping Blood, you want to defensive this. You can see how much damage it's hitting everybody. I popped Diffuse Magic on that, and it still like hit me for a metric ton. This ad pack is probably going to be packs that you skip going forward. Just because of how much it actually does. It is kind of crazy. I also get a good feeling that you're going to be skipping the packs that put the saws out of the ground. Like, there's one of them near the second boss that is crazy. And if you have a Warlock, we've actually done the skip where you avoid those. Yeah, I think that's going to be one that you skip as well. Void Emissary, put it in the ground. Curious what mouse and keyboard you use. I saw you were thinking of making a keybind logic behind video, but I'd love to hear a quick rundown if you don't mind. Yeah, okay. Looks like I have my notes up, so that is not good.
And fire in 4. Tigers last in 8.
Oh my god. I don't know if that's really loud for you, but that's really loud for me.
Storm, Earth,
it's because I have a
fire
note
in
up from a
8.
boss, and the game's decided that because I've got this note up for a boss, every boss is going to now play this sound. Hold on. Let me hide these notes. What peripherals do I use? Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not See, I spew a lot of stuff when I talk and comments and stuff, so I think what I might have meant is that I was going to make a macro video, which I still want to do. I want to make a macro video for Windwalker, because I think there's like at least 5 macros that are really, really useful. But peripherals, yeah, I can go through them. You actually, I think you wrote a comment the other day and I was meant to reply to it, but a lot of the time I'll read a comment and I'll be like, oh, it makes sense for me to like respond to this on my computer, because I usually look at my phone, and then I just forget. So I do apologize if you write comments in my videos, because I needed to double check what my peripherals were. It is, but you had a good eye. You are correct. I do use a Razer mouse. My key bindings gave that away. I use a I use a Razer Naga V2. I think it's that. Basically, it's the one that has like 3 different options for a side panel on it. I never use 2 of the 3.
Touch of karma in 8.
I use the side panel that basically has 1 to 6 on my mouth. So a lot of the time I'm pressing abilities, I'm using my mouse. It's why I've got keybinds like Shift 6 and stuff like that. My hands aren't massive, guys. I turned the note off. Why was it still playing? Yeah, my hands aren't massive. It's just the keybinds that I use. And in terms of what was the other question? Keyboard I use. Oh my god, I don't even know. It's Razer. I'm not sponsored. I did used to use a Corsair, but I have like a weird thing with keyboards. The shift key always seems to break. So I keep having to buy new keyboards. I don't spam it. It just seems to break. It's like, oh, I don't know. I'd have to look at the box. It's a Razer keyboard. That's as much as I know. Yeah, that didn't really help, does it? It's a Razer something. It came with its own armrest, palm rest, hand rest. I don't know. It sounds really over the top, but I actually really like the hand rest it came with. It's because I used to. How do I survive this? Oh, he pulled me back down. Void Emissary, hold on. I used to play a lot, and I'd find that my wrist would hurt a lot. And then I bought a keyboard with a hand rest, and my hands no longer hurt. Yep, cool story, right? I tell some of the best stories. You have a Raga. You have a Razer Naga Molten from 2011. I'm not actually familiar with like all the mouses and stuff. I'm really bad at peripherals and stuff. I just want working keyboards and stuff. I think the reason I use this mouse is I needed a new one like a couple of Christmases ago. So I got it, and I just can't go back. I find like once you find a mouse you really like, it's very difficult to use something else. So that one broke. So what did I do? Well, of course, I then just bought the exact same mouse again. So this is my second Razer Naga. That exact same mouse. Actually, no, I say it broke. I still use it. It didn't break. It just, I don't know. It started making weird noise, and I didn't like it. So I bought another one. But I'm the sort of person that doesn't really buy much for themselves. Like, I'm really bad at spending money on myself. So if I buy something, it's because I really need it. Yeah. I don't know. You should see, like, my room. I have, like, no posters or anything. Not that I want posters, but... I don't know what I'm trying to describe. I basically... I'm not frugal. But I kind of am. This is what I meant by this is one of the hardest trash packs in the entire thing. These guys will put, like, tons of these saws down. They'll then start flamethrowing everyone. Suddenly people panic and they've pulled, like, extra mobs. Yeah, this is going to be a terrifying pack on higher keys. Try save my healer there. I can see that there have been loads of comments. I do apologize. I found that when I was playing the other day, anytime I took my eyes off of the screen to look at the comments, I just ended up dead on the floor. I don't really want to die when I'm trying to showcase what Windwalker can actually do. After this boss, I'll read some comments, alright, guys? I promise. You're not being ignored. 2.86 million damage is pretty good so far, though. Okay, this is, like, going to be a lot of burst as well. Yeah. This is just on two bosses as well, which is kind of cool. You want to try to group these up as long as possible. Oh, I'm going through a bomb. Oh, did I went through that bomb with slicing winds, but did I go over it? Oh. Do you actually fly off of the ground with slicing winds? Because I should have gone through that bomb and got one shot. That's going to require further testing. Proper defensive for this, it can hurt. Diffuse magic's a good one. It doesn't hurt that much, but... it's worth not taking any extra damage here. If a bomb goes off, your entire group's dead, though. Don't let bombs go off. At all. Under any circumstances. But they're really easy to deal with. And don't kill these bosses at different times, which is going to happen. So this boss is going to go in rage now. So we need to nuke him. He will do a lot of damage. So if we don't kill him before he starts hitting people again, we're in trouble. But he wasn't that high health. Alright, let's have a look. On a macro video. Yeah, a macro video I think would be cool. It wouldn't be a long video. I think like it could easily be like a 5-minute video. I had to transfer all of my macros over to PTR, so you can see them all here. It looks like a lot, but it's really not. A lot of them are the exact same macro for different abilities. It's basically like a... how do I describe it? Basically, you never want to cancel Fist of Fury, ever, because the most damage from Fist of Fury comes from the last tick, which is like a... which has always been the case, but like... it now ramps with haste, basically. So you don't want to do it. So what the macro basically does is it makes it so that none of your abilities can cancel Fist of Fury, no matter how hard you spam them. So I know a lot of us are spammers. I'm a spammer as well. I'll be spamming Tiger Palm, and then you'll end up cancelling your Fist of Fury. So I have one of those for like Tiger Palm, Blackout Kick, Rising Sun Kick, Strike of the Windlord, Whirling Dragon Punch. Every ability basically has the anti-cancel macro on it. What else do I use? Tiger's Lust is a good one as well. It means you can just hover over someone and Tiger's Lust them. Works for nameplates as well. I really like that one. I have the same for Detox. It does the exact same thing. It's just little things like that. They're not like make or break, but they can really help in like clutch situations. I don't know if you've ever been raiding and then you've like seen like a teammate who's trying to, like a priest or something, like trying to run away from something and they're like super desperate. and out of the corner of your eye, you're already there because you're a Windwalker monk, so like you were there like 10 seconds ago. Then you can always like help them out. Oh, you're going too far, homie. You're so far away from me. What else do I have? I do have another macro that's useful. I forget. Oh yeah, I use the macro for pots and stuff on my Storm, Earth, and Fire. I don't like... I mean, I do recommend it, but I don't recommend it. It's... The reason I say I do and don't recommend it is because I don't advise, like... If you can click a pot without putting it on a macro, do it. Like, you shouldn't have to use a macro for a pot. But if you are struggling to remember to pop a pot or something, it's useful. Especially as, like, the only time you'd ever really want to be using... Ooh, that was some hesitation. The only time you want to be using a pot on Windwalker is during a Storm and Fire window anyway. If that makes sense. The only time I do not use that macro is on... What's the boss? Silken Court? Where, if any of you have done Mythic Silken Court, you'll know that you cannot be popping, like, cooldowns on pull. You have to pop all your cooldowns at, like, a really weird time. It's like 1 minute... Is it 1 minute? It's like 40-something seconds into the fight is when all your cooldowns go off, but you do want to Storm, Earth, and Fire at the start, so... Yeah, that's one of the macros I have, is a pot one, which I recommend, but I don't recommend. I guess just I milked that a little bit. But I think it is useful. And I think I have another macro. I just can't remember what it is off the top of my head. I do have a lot of random weak auras as well. Some that I didn't go over in my UI video. Like, if you ever notice this little Void Elf face that pops up on the right side of my screen, you might be like, what the hell is that? Basically, I play a Void Elf, and their racial gives you, like, increased damage and healing every 1 minute. So whenever that pops up, I know that my extra damage is activated, and it's always nice to try to line that up with, like, a big cooldown or something. It used to be a lot stronger during Serenity, like last expansion. It was the strongest it ever was. But they buffed it recently in the racial changes that came out the other week? Other day? Basically, it's good again. Void Elf is like one of the top races, but really you can play anything for Windwalker. Except Vulpera. Don't play Vulpera, you're trolling. No, I'm kidding. If you enjoy Vulpera, play it. I played it for Vossi. But you'll come to realize that it does nothing for... It's really... It doesn't provide anything. Like, if you've ever, like, tried to throw a bag of tricks during combat as a Vulpera, you know that it's like, where do I fit this in? And this ability doesn't do anything. Yeah, I basically never pressed it when I played Vulpera, because it was so awkward to press. It used a GCD, and it did no damage. I know that they've buffed Vulpera since, so... I don't know. I don't know where it stands. I'd have to have a look at Blood Mallet. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We have one more big pull coming up, besides the boss, so I'm trying to save all my cooldowns for that. Yeah, up here. It's only a 3-pack, but it'll be good to have all my cooldowns. Unfortunately, Zuin is running a little behind on schedule. Not what we wanted, Zwan. Oh my god, where did everything go? Tremor Totem. Press this one button. Everything gets nuked. And the Shaman special. These two are crazy. If you're a low mobility class, you are gonna hate these two. They put so many swirlies down. Oh, do I make it? I didn't. Cool. And this boss, is chill. All these bosses in this dungeon are chill. I think when I first did it on Saturday, some of them were a little bit overwhelming. But once you've like done them a few times, I like any dungeon, isn't it? You get used to it, and they don't actually do anything that crazy. There's nothing I'd like be worried about. I'd say the first boss is the hardest if you do it wrong. Like if you don't nuke the ads down or something, then you're gonna You're gonna tank the key, aren't you? And we all know what happens when you tank the key on a first boss. You ain't got a group no more. That's just how it goes. WoW players are the worst. They will leave, like, instantly if something goes wrong. Especially if, like, they do something wrong as well. Like, if someone does something wrong, they will yeet out of the situation so quickly. Oh no, I'm doing my burst window. How can I cheese this? Do I get rid of my elite? I do. Cool. These you want to put through these pools here, but if someone steals your pool or pops a pool before you, you can no longer use it. But yeah, this boss is really chill. Not bad. How did we do? Yeah, I mean, it's coming out about the same now. Once I got used to slicing winds, it's always about 6% of my damage in a dungeon, which to me seems like a no-brainer. You have to take it. It's just what do you replace for it? Yeah, what do you replace for it? And you end up losing like some good talents, because all of these talents in the bottom row are talents you don't want to get rid of. Maybe Communion with the Wind is a talent you don't really want. Maybe Thunder Fist is a talent you don't really care about, but unfortunately they're in the tree to get to this talent. I feel like if they like had moved Slicing Winds and put it somewhere like here, like in the middle instead of where Jadefire Stomp or something is, we'd be having such a good time. Or they put it on a node with Strike of the Windlord or Thunder Fist or something. But its position is so awkward in the tree. I think that's something that people are gonna realize and recognize, is that to run this talent, which is pretty good, you're gonna suffer, and you're gonna have to lose some of the other good talents. So it's gonna be a trade up. Apparently we're gonna go clear trash or something. I'm gonna let them clear trash. Let's see what people have been talking about. To improve your life as a Windwalker, you really should play all 3 specs so you get into Mythic Plus, Mythic Raiding easily. Yeah, no, that's fair advice. I agree. I think that one specking something can be difficult. But at the same time, if you're really good at one, it's a tough one. It's like if you're really good at a single spec, then it makes sense to learn the other specs, sure. But for instance, you could be really good at Brewmaster, like one of the best Brewmasters in the world, but then you play Mistweaver and you suck. Like you just can't do it. Like you don't heal as well as you tank. And it's fair to learn it, but I don't know. I feel like potentially it could just be better to hone in on what you're good at. Like I'm playing Brewmaster at the moment and I'm not very good at it. And like, sure, you can get into groups a lot easier. But I'm by far a better Windwalker. It's a tough one. It's always worth knowing and understanding that's the specs that you have and the ability. Like if you're asked at a moment's notice, can you play Mistweaver please for this fight? Sure, but then at the same time, then you're talking you're gonna have to get Mistweaver gear. You'll have to have Brewmaster gear. A lot of people don't have the time to do that. I'd say if you're playing a damage spec, like something like Rogue or something, then yes, you have to know all 3, because for one fight, one damage will be better than the other. Like, what have they got? Outlaw might be better than Assassination. And if you don't know all of your damage, then it's different. I feel like it's a little bit different with one DPS spec classes that have like a tank and a healer. Like, because not everyone's going to be good at healer, not everybody's going to be good at tank, not everybody's going to be good at DPS, but maybe you just like how the class feels. It's, I don't know. Play what you want, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But it doesn't hurt. It never hurts to learn your other specs. It never hurts. But I don't know how to play Mistweaver. I'm not gonna lie. What else we got? The mouse was what you were most curious about. I've been thinking about picking up that Naga you use. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people that I talk to say Razor Naga, bad. They always break. Naga's the worst. Don't get them. Get a Corsair, which I think it's all personal experience. I've never really had a bad Naga peripheral. Like, the only thing that happened to one of them was that like my shift key got a little bit sticky after a while and like would make a horrendous noise every time I pressed it. But I think that's just because I press shift like 90% of the time I'm on a PC because all of my keybinds are shift buttons. And the mouse, I don't think it's too bad. Like, I like it. I like the sidebar that you have. Like, I have my 6 extra buttons. I know that like Corsair also have that. Like, you can have like up to 12. Like the Naga I have can have up to 12. I just don't like that one. I couldn't imagine having to press 12 different buttons on my mouse. That's a bit much. 2's too little, 12's too much. There has to be a balance. 6 is like the perfect one. Yeah, I don't know. I like Razor, but I could easily use another one. When it comes to your kick, CC, and defensives, do you have any sort of mindset to where you put them on your keyboard, or is it something you don't use on ults and it's more Windwalker specific? No, I actually... Everybody's keybinds are going to be different, right? Okay, so just because I do something in a certain way, I don't know, you shouldn't, but like, because as you've been playing this game for years, let's say you've been playing since vanilla, your keybinds have always been changing, you know, but you've always got used to certain ones. So for me, defensive abilities have always been like Z, X, C, and V. I don't know why. Those are just my defensive buttons, have always been there. So on my Demon Hunter as well, my big defensives are on C and V. I just think it's an easy, like, if you're using WSD and moving, pressing C and V are really quick. Like, I can press C instantly or V, you know what I mean? So that's just that's just where my defensives are. Shift C as well, because I like to keep them on the same buttons. In terms of where I keep them on my screen, though, I like to have them next to my offensive abilities, but I have my defenses on the left, heal as well, heal on F, which I class as a defensive. Vivify is so strong, like you can just press that. F, so it's like buttons that I can easily press with my index finger, I think, for defensives. And then utility spells, I don't know, they just kind of become random buttons. Like, why is it 4? I don't know, it just is. Like, there's method to the madness, but there isn't at the same time. I think what you're comfortable with, but I do use the same keybinds across all characters. So, for instance, on my Brewmaster spec, which I don't have on the PCR setup, my main defensives will all be like C or V or Shift V or Shift C or F or Shift F. And then my, you know, I try to keep everything consistent. Demon Hunter as well has the same sort of thing. It's what you're used to. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say, put your touch of karma on C or you're playing Windwalker wrong. Like, put it whatever button you're comfortable with, honestly. Those are just the reasons why I have it on these buttons. If I tried to change them now, I would misclick so often. It's just muscle memory. It's all muscle memory. There's no no reason to it. Asked myself 10 years ago why I set these keybinds up. He'll know. Yeah, I mean, yeah, those are the mindset behind them. There's like, the mindset is that the buttons don't really make sense, but keeping them consistent does. So if I have a defensive for C, it makes sense to have another one for Shift C. So the reason I put Touch of Karma here is it's easy to press, instant, but then I know my Fortifying Brew, which is kind of similar, big defensive, Shift C. V I would have for Diffuse Magic. I don't have a Shift V here. What do I use on Brewmaster? I use like... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I use another defensive here. For Demon Hunter, I have... What is it called? It's blind? No, it's not blind. It's blur. I think I have blur on V, and then on Shift V I have darkness. So it's like making sure that like I'm not set with like 20 different buttons for defensives. They're all kind of like the same ones, just with a shift variant. Offensive abilities. I mean, we can have a look at those while I queue up for another dungeon. Let me just change talents and have a look at this quickly. Is that the whole dungeon? Yeah. So Fist of Fury, good again. Slicing winds. I'm really happy with this talent. I want to use it. I don't want them to nerf it. I think it's really cool. Gale Force is also doing pretty well at the moment. You can see Rising Sun Kick. Strike of the Wind isn't as good as you might actually think it is in AoE. And that's why a lot of people have been saying you could potentially put it on a node. But they've literally just shifted out one talent, put in the new one, and I think that's lazy. I think they should have either removed this entirely and put it somewhere else. I don't know if it's an N tier talent, or maybe it should be an N tier talent somewhere else. Like, if you put it over here, for instance, with Path of the Jade, suddenly you don't have to take Communion with the Wind, you get Dancing, you get Transfer of Power, and then bam, you've got a really good build set. I feel like the positioning is so bad for this talent. In terms of trinkets, what did I use? I used the two... Yeah, so that's the issue, isn't it? It's really hard to tell. If you look at auras, we can have a look at how long they were up. So I was hyped for 88% of my entire combat, which means I was always getting haste, which is good. Like, that's really good. So I think this is could be a really good trinket, but it's hard to tell how much did that help. Like, there's no number I can point to and share with you. That's the biggest issue. And the other one, Mechanocore Amplifier. I have no idea what this is going to be. They always have such weird names for their, like, buffs. Oh, down. Okay. That's kind of bad, isn't it? 13%. Oh, but then you got 19%. So I guess one's the high stat and one's the low stat. But if we combine that, that means I only really got the value of it for a quick math. Like 32% of the fight of the dungeon. Is that good? No. Not really, right? You want uptime of 40, I'd say, minimum. Like, obviously this is 88, which sounds really good, but it's ramping all the time. 30% uptime sounds pretty bad, actually. Maybe Mechanocore Amplifier is not it. But otherwise, Conduit of the Celestials, yeah, I like it. I think it's fun. It doesn't do, like, the most damage, like Celestial Conduit itself as a spell, but it's what it allows your other abilities to do, which is really good. Like, you think Rising Sun Kick's quite high up for M+. Rising Sun Kick's not a good M+ ability. It's a Fist of Fury enabler, but it's still quite high up. Slicing Winds is nice. I think it's worth trying Shadowpan. What did we do that last time? Shadowpan no Bok? Did we do Shadowpan Bok? I think we did Shadowpan no Bok. We'll do Shadowpan Bok, which is the like mesa build on resale right now. So we're going Slicing Winds, and the one I took out for it was Transfer of Power, but we are going to run Dual Threat, because I think Dual Threat is too big to not take. What else we got? When it comes to your kick, CC, and defense, is the only sort of... Oh, yeah. Yeah, I use them all on my ults, basically. All my abilities are the exact same. Kick's always on R. Why is it on R? Because it... And again, my index finger can just press it really quickly. It's all about how fast my index finger can really get to something, or my thumb can on my mouse. There's no, like, crazy buttons. I guess, like... What did I have? I have, like, ping on T or something. Y. Oh, okay. No, that's my portal. I had ping on T at one point, but... I don't know. I try to keep my buttons, like, really close by to my index finger. That's what I tend to press everything with. There, that's the method to the madness. What classes do I play other than Monk? I play Demon Hunter. That's it. And I suck at it. I barely play Demon Hunter. Like, I play it because I have to have another class for splits. I've only started playing it in the past month. Yeah, I play Monk. But Demon Hunter's kind of cool. I like meta. I don't like anything else. I think it's really boring pressing like the same button over and over. It'd be like pressing Tiger Palm 20 times in a row whilst you're waiting for your cooldowns to come up. Like, that's not fun. Yeah. But when you go full on Mesa, that's really cool. Like when you Mesa and you're demon surging, and that's kind of cool. Otherwise, ew. I used to play Rogue. I used to play Rogue quite a lot, Chris. I played Rogue for the BFA when I played it, and I played Rogue... when else did I play Rogue? No, just BFA. Just BFA. But I played, I loved Rogue. I played it for... Oh, what was the raid? It was the one with Gahoon. Uldir. Like, I played Rogue for the whole of Uldir. I played Rogue for Desara Law. Whoa, we had so many raids in BFA. I stopped playing on these ones, but yeah, I really enjoyed Rogue. I liked Outlaw the most, and I liked Subtlety. I didn't like Asa. I found Asa to be kind of boring. Like, Outlaw just felt like crazy. And subtlety I always found like I like burst damage. I'm a real big fan of burst damage, which monks kind of have. That's why I like Conduit of Celestial so much, because it's just a big burst window where everything's going like ham. Subtlety did that perfectly. I know that they've changed Rogue like tons since then, but an outlaw is just like you're just on like I don't even know, it's like caffeine fueled button spam. I don't know. I think I break too many keyboards playing outlaw nowadays. Oh, that's alright, Colt Dog. If you have a chance to swing by later, more than welcome. I should be streaming till about 8ish. So yeah, always welcome. And if not, I'll catch you on Saturday, hopefully. Do I think 11.1 has a chance to have like Windwalker in M+ like a Mythic Raid? It depends on the level. I think at high level, Windwalker's not going to be meta. Like, I've been looking at like what Shamans are doing and Paladins are doing in comparison, and they are just... Obviously, everything can change, but we're not going to be... I don't think we'll be meta. I think it's too hard for Windwalker to be meta. To be honest. I want to do a 12. I'll try queue up... Oh. I'll try queue for these two. In raiding, I think in raiding you should take the class, not the player. Like, unless you're race to world bursting it, right? It doesn't really matter what group comp you take. Like, realistically, like I think people get very honed down in raid comps. Like, for instance, Windwalker has not been good and has been like bottom of the barrel in raiding, like this entire tier. But I still like come in like in the top 5 DPS. And I play with some good players, like genuinely, like really good players. You can't like you bring the player, not the class. If someone's really, really good, or has put a lot of work into like even like anything, like Rogue or something. Maybe what else is really bad at the moment? DKs aren't great, are they? Like they were gutted. If someone's like really good at it, take them. You don't want like metas can only take you so far. Like I think that's what people hone in too hard on. In high M+, like, you can still clear dungeons with, like, non-meta classes. It's just harder, right? All it is it makes stuff a little bit harder. But in raiding, I don't think it's as punishing. I think in raiding, it's a bit more lenient in... Because you're not timed, right? I mean, you're timed because the boss doesn't rage, but you're not timed, are you? You got 20 players. So, like, you could easily have, like, 2 Windwalkers in your group. Like, buffs are not as important as they once were. Like, obviously, you need a warrior, I guess, a mage, but you don't need to, like... There aren't, like, it's not crazy. You can clear any raid with a non-meta comp if you're not, like, running for, like, a race to world first or something, which none of us are. None of us are running for race to world first. We're all not trying to, like, get number 1, like, in the world. You all continuously get, like, that buff, don't you, at the moment, where you take less damage and you do more damage. Yeah, I think meta is overemphasized. I think if you know how to play your class, you can bring more than someone who's playing a shaman or something. Like a shaman who's played, like, never played shaman before. Flavor of the month, they picked it up because it's really good, sure. They are still learning it, but you play Windwalker, you played it for years, you know what's going on. You're always going to outperform them. You just will. So player over class, always, but easier said than done, isn't it, when you're trying to get into a group? I guess. You got to show them what you're made of.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Our big AoE is too bad for M+. Yeah, you're not wrong. Our AoE feels so bad. Anything over 5, and, like, you just feel... you watch everybody else rise, and you're so restricted. I don't know... It was something in Shadowlands, because I didn't play Windwalker in Shadowlands. I took like a bit of a break. And I remember reading that Windwalker was like insanely strong in Shadowlands. And like I don't think we had capped AoE then, or like it wasn't as high. And Windwalker was full on meta, and because of that, Blizzard gutted us. And they won't allow Windwalker to do massive AoE damage anymore, because it's just, they can't balance it. Oh, sorry. Will there be a cock guide coming? Yeah, it'll be. What the plan is for a guide for next season is it's going to be like a complete season 2 guide sort of thing. So like, I'm most likely going to release it just before season 2. There's no point releasing it now because everything can change, and I don't want to put out a guide that ends up with like things changing because then people watch the guide, go, "Oh, this is really good now," and then they'll do it. If that makes sense. Like, I don't want to put out something that's going to become obsolete in a week. So the idea is to work on the video with all this nice footage that I'm getting from PTR and testing it out, waiting for more changes, and then like maybe a week before season 2 is to put out a guide on what I think are the best cock talents, what's going to be good for M+, is Shadowpan still king, you know, that sort of thing, what gear you want to wear, what basically once everything's kind of set in stone, and then if anything changes after that, it will be like really infrequent. It'll be like well, they won't change anything during the race duel first, which is good. But after that, then it can be like it can be easy to make like a video on like these are the changes coming to Windwalker, stuff like that. Long-winded answer: yes, I will make a cock guide. Hi, Panica. Hi, I just wanted to say thank you for your Nurubar Palace. Nurubar Palace? I always say it wrong. Nurubar Palace monk videos. The CDs and strats were super valuable, and I learned a lot from them. Onward to CE. Yes, I hope you get CE. There's still 4 weeks or so to get it, but chill out. You've got this. Yeah, I basically, with that video, I wanted to make a video that covered everything. I felt like I'd put out videos for raid bosses throughout the end of the year, but as time goes by, strategies adapt, don't they? And they evolve, and suddenly suddenly using cock on Overnax made no sense because it was feature abusing. So I thought they aren't really going to change any of these bosses now. These guides aren't really going to change like how you play it. I might just put out one massive final guide. So if it helps us all, anyone that it helps, that's the goal. I just want to. I think the timers as well are really useful. That's why I put those timers in there, because knowing when to use cooldowns and stuff is one of the harder things to learn on progression. It's always good to have like a starting block and then being able to work off from them. Thank you for Thank you for subscribing, Kevin Ho. Welcome to the channel. If you're watching this video, hello, hello. If you're not watching this video, thank you anyway. That's the weird thing about Twitch and YouTube, is I've got it set up so if someone subscribes, I can see it because it's cool and I like that. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're watching me right now. Whereas on Twitch, if they subscribe, they tend to be watching you, right? I just like the noise it makes. I like yeah, I like it. Windwalker, good or bad? That's a very black and white question. It's better than it was, but it's too early to tell. I think it's good. I'm biased, so you gotta take it with a grain of salt. In testing compared to other classes have been like stomping damage, like not crazy, but I feel like Windwalker's been struggling a bit. I mean, maybe I've not been playing it perfectly. That's fine. But some of the things that I've seen other classes do, like paladins and stuff, just skyrocket Windwalker. But it doesn't mean we're bad, and it's too early to say that that's how it's going to be. So, yeah, removing Mark of the Crane, it really does help. Some people might not even notice the difference, because the thing is, we run Rushing Jade Wind, didn't we? And basically that made it so that Strike of the Windlord put 5 stacks on everything anyway, pretty much. So it was actually a lot easier to put stacks on than maybe initially thought. Oh, okay, we're going. What am I running? I just yapped too much. I don't want this trinket. Get this off me. Let's go for... Oh, we're in the key. Okay, then. Okay, I guess we're running what we're running. This is Shadowpan with box. So this is basically the build that we're running currently in retail. See what this one's like. And we're running 2 passive trinkets. That really hurts. That actually really hurts. I'm going to enjoy seeing this shaman's breakdown after this pull. If it's all Tremor Totem, I will gasp. Oh, Wow, who saw that coming? Oh. Oh, damn, okay. What was my damage? I only really got one slicing winds off there. That's why I like cock a little bit more at the moment, because I find that... Sorry, I can't keep a straight face when I say that. The main reason I like it more is because I find that you get more slicing winds in a pack, and we pulled aggro before this guy got everything. I think we were going to wipe here. Maybe. I don't really have any defenses for this either. That wind-up hurts so much. These wind-up bots did not do any damage on Saturday. They've obviously been patched since then. So actually these are going to be quite dangerous. If they're all casting on top of you, you're going to take a ton of damage. I mean, look, this is like a casual pull, and I'm doing 3 million damage, which, to me, that's good for Windwalker. But then you just look at the Shaman, and you see, oh, they're just doing a casual 6 million, and you know they're not in their cooldown window. And that's what I mean when someone asks, is Windwalker good? Like, it's good. Like, that's not bad damage, but you compare it to that, and it's like, it's really hard to compete. Like, it's night and day, isn't it? Like, how much damage Shaman can do. We're definitely not the hero class. Are we just doing this? We are not just doing this. I don't want to pop anything on this. Okay, this is going to be bad. This guy's going to pop his big cooldown and I have no defenses for it. I need diffuse magic off cooldown like yesterday. Yeah, it was 1 second too late. Whenever that guy casts his like, I don't know how to describe it. When he sucks you all off, you need to have a defensive up for that. And diffuse magic was 1 second off cooldown. It's your best one for it. But it really chunks. Really, really chunks. And I was the unlucky... Yeah, he's doing it again. And I've just come back. Amazing. That's kind of a little bit scuffed. Everybody kind of got killed off one by one. Yeah, he's doing it again, and I have no defensives. You can see the monk had to put a... what is it? What's it called? Oh, tank dead. Am I going to suffer for this? What's it called? Why am I forgetting what... Why am I forgetting the ability? Life cocoon. You put a cocoon on me and you can see how much that chunks. Like, that's a massive shield, and it almost came completely off when that guy was doing his ability. And he does that to your entire group. So, I think that people are going to have to skip these packs, potentially, or you're going to have defensives, like, fully lined up for this. Because if you're just relying on healing for that, you are not going to have a good time. Like, look, I'm doing a casual 4 million with no cooldowns, but the Shaman's just doing 6. Oh, we're not going to be meta. That's okay. We don't need to be meta. That's crazy. Auto attacks and 1 totem. When, like, you break that down into what that actually is. You need to kill all the ads first on this boss, otherwise you're in trouble. So we're going to change prio here, actually. If they cast, you need to interrupt it. There's no question. You have to interrupt their casts. I'm kind of liking this, actually. Shadow Pan bot. I mean, it's our current resale one, so I'm really, really familiar with this build. But it seems to be playing quite nicely with Slicing Wind entwined in it. Like, it doesn't feel unnatural in the rotation. It's just a cooldown you press every 30 seconds. I'm going to pop everything here. Well, I say everything. Whatever I have available. You don't want to stand in that massive circle. It is a silence projectile. Although silencers don't really affect Windwalkers that much, it will knock you back. And knockbacks will affect you. Oh, we didn't interrupt. Yeah, you can see, like, suddenly it knocks you back and it does huge damage. So if, like, you get one of these ads, like, casting and it's in the middle of this electric field over here, you start getting in big trouble. Because suddenly you have to have someone jump in there. If you have no ranged. Okay, so this is, we're doing this pack here, and this is, I need the Karma up. I would have preferred Diffuse Magic, but hey-ho. I'm not going to pop big cooldowns here. I'm going to pop defensives here. Oh, Lord. We got a last second Diffuse Magic off there. I was really confused where the affix was for a second. I was like, I haven't seen an affix this entire pull. It's a 12. I'm an idiot. What else we got? In scale of 9 to 10, how bad is Windwalker Monk in new patch? Oh, it's not bad. Like, compared to what it was, people will really enjoy it. Like, if you're a Windwalker main and you really enjoy Windwalker, you're going to have fun. Like, Slicing Winds is really fun. Conduit the Celestials is really fun, and I'm sure a lot of people haven't messed around with it because it's just been... It's like Blizzard's hated child. We're like a one hero talent spec at the moment, which feels really bad. But compared to what it was, Windwalker's like pretty much the same, and anything that's changed is really fun. Like, it's not bad. It just doesn't. It's just not a shaman. You know what I mean? Oh my god, what is this pull? He knows I'm a Windwalker, all right? you know what spec I am? Hello? Where did I just go? Okay. What was that? Oh, Demon Hunter players. You can't just pull the entire room like that. I got hooked by something, and it pulled me on top of a bomb. I just went flying. Yeah, you can't do that. Like, it's fine to make a big pull, but you can't pull everything. We're limit testing. This is PTR. How much can you pull? Not to that. But damn if he isn't going to try again. You know? You know when you know. He's like, it didn't work the first time. But this time everybody knows what's going on. I don't think it works because I think the guys pull you. We have to do a smaller pull here. Like they put bombs down and then they put You are not doing it again. You are not doing it again. And now we've got this guy who's rooting everybody. Right, okay. I'm just gonna well, I've rooted. Tank's insta dead. He did it again. He just did it again.
Wish you had lasted a little longer.
What's the definition of insanity? Oh, that's really bad as well. I used all my cooldowns. It's scary. Has anyone else tried the PTR? I know that a few people last time had tried the PTR and were looking at different trinkets and stuff. I'm just curious if anyone else has tried the PTR. Not even necessarily on Windwalker. Is there anything that like you've been looking out for? I know that PTR isn't like a massive thing that's played by people. Like I for one didn't play it until now. He's doing it again. This is madness. There's no way. Okay, so he's dead. This is I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say to this. I don't want to ask him to pull smaller because I've done enough Mythic Plus to know when you start like questioning a player, they don't like it. Yeah, I'm not surprised the DPS left. You can't invite someone else. It's an M+. So you're not just gonna... That's not how M+ works. You can't just invite them, they joining. You keep going. It was the shaman. Uh-oh. what is the eye level in PTR? I'm pretty sure it's scaled down. Someone said 623, but I think it depends on what key you're running. I'll have a little look after I've done this pull. I don't think we can do this though without a shaman. Yeah, this is horrendous. I don't even know what I'm taking damage from right now, I'll be honest.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Diver, harpoon. So these guys over here that we hadn't even grouped up. I don't really want to leave a group because it looks bad, but I don't know if we can even pull anything more without an extra DPS. In terms of item level, so you can see that like my current item level is 672, so like everything you buy is like 678 eye level in the shop. But I'm pretty sure it scales with what dungeon you're in. So it looks like currently all my gear is scaled to 665 because it's a 12. So I think it's kind of like representative of what you should be item level wise to do a dungeon, or what Blizzard thinks you should be to do a dungeon. Because I've done lower ones and I've had like 623 and I've done a 13. I think that was about 670. So it scales. It depends. It's not fixed. Basically, is the answer. But max eye level is going to be 678. So that would be like your vault, your plus 10 vault. I don't know if it'll be a plus 10 next season, but that'll be like your mythic end raiding gear as well. Probably not your delves, I'll be honest. Alright, well that was a little bit anticlimactic. I was really enjoying Shadowpan Bok, actually. Dare I say it, I felt like maybe it was doing more damage than Conduit the Celestials, which I don't want it to. I want Conduit to be doing the top damage, because I think Conduit's a really fun talent. But that seemed to like that seemed a lot better and was a lot easier. But there's no way, right? There's no way that they make us play Shadowpan for 2 tiers in a row, right? It needs more testing. It needs more testing. I'll do another Shadowpan tier, basically. I'll do another Shadowpan. I'll do the exact same thing because I didn't really get to test this out properly. And then we'll have a little bit more look at Conduit the Celestials. But for the second, I'm just going to take a 5-minute break, homies. And then I'll be back. And then we'll run some more dungeons. I have looked. I have been keeping my eye out to see if they have released the new dungeons, but it looks like they just probably aren't going to do it today. So I'm really sorry if you came by to watch me do anything other than Operation Floodgate, which I would have loved to do. I've very much I've done this dungeon a lot. I would like to try something else. So I'm as annoyed as well. I would love to be trying the other ones, but they pushed it back, and they haven't said they're pushing it back, which is really frustrating because I did advertise this as a new M+ dungeon stream. I didn't lie. It's technically new. But yeah, I have sorted out my break timer as well. You're gonna like this one. So last time we had to, they didn't work as well. Huh? So not as scuffed. It'll just be 5 minutes, guys, and then we'll be back, and we will finish off with a few more of these dungeons, and I'm looking at more talents. But I think we're getting a clearer picture of Windwalker, and yeah, I think I'm starting to realize that maybe Shadowpan is still the way forward, but Conduit the Celestial has potential. But yeah, let's play some music, shall we? Let me start this timer. I'm kind of just yapping. Wait, no, that's meant to say 5. Hey, there we go. See? It's not scuffed. It's not scuffed. All right, be right back, guys. Ah, I bet you thought, this guy doesn't come back when his breaks end. Ah, we're doing things differently now. We've evolved. Back exactly when I promised. What did I want to talk about? What was I thinking about whilst I was getting some water? Yeah, stream times. So I'm not sure how many of you saw the community post that I made. It's the only real way that I can talk to you guys outside of streaming. Basically, I did my first stream, and it was 6 hours long, and it was really fun, and I enjoyed it, but I found that I didn't really estimate how, like, difficult it is to stream for 6 hours. Like, when you think about it, you think, it's not that hard. It's only streaming, right? I felt like I lost a lot of energy by the end, so I think 4 hours for a stream seems to be, like, a good amount of time. It allows me to keep the energy high, we don't end up, like, just doing the same thing over and over again. And I can be a bit more, like, energetic, it's more engaging. And, yeah, I just don't want to drop the quality. I don't want to end up in, like, the last couple of hours and suddenly I'm, like, you know... It's hard to explain, but I think 4 hours is a good point, but that doesn't mean it's going to be strictly 4 hours. If, like, let's say there was more dungeons out and we're not just doing Operation Floodgate for 4 hours on end, and we're all having a good time, and we're testing everything out. Like, it's not a fixed end time, but I think 4 hours is what I'm going to go for. It also works with my raid hours as well, which tend to be 4 hours, so it all kind of lines up. But it's not a fixed cutoff. So yeah, that's my thought process. I also find it quite hard to communicate with you guys as well. I feel like the community page isn't, like, the best place to put out announcements and stuff. It's, like, quite hard to find it on YouTube unless you're looking for it. So I think I'm going to maybe potentially set up, like, a Discord server or something. Never done it before. No idea how to do it. Can't be that hard, right? Just make a server and press enter. And then hopefully have something set up there so I can, like, put out more announcements there. Maybe give, like, updates on when a video is going to come out and stuff like that. I think that's a cool approach for doing that. I've seen a lot of people have Discord servers. So that's something I need to get set up. Not just yet. Maybe in, like, a couple of weeks or so I'll try sort it out, because I don't want to, like, just set up this shoddy Discord page that has, like, nothing in it, and it's like, yeah, that seems a bit meh. We'll queue up for a dungeon. There was something else I wanted to say as well, but it's gone. It was in my head, and now it's out my head. Amazing. Did I say before I have a Brewmaster role? What's the reason for that instead of getting gear for your Windwalker Monk? The main reason for that is that I joined a new guild at the end of November, and they required us to have 3 characters for splits, and, well, I have 1 character. I don't like alts. I'm not against alts, but I don't know, I don't have enough time to, like, play this game and have, like, alts that I constantly raid on and stuff, but because I really wanted to push myself on Windwalker for a new tier at, like, a high end, like, I think they're a top 60 guild, I really wanted to make a new character, and they said I could make another monk, so I was like, well, the best way I find for learning a new spec is through dungeons, so I thought, what's the point of me playing Windwalker all the way up through the leveling dungeons? I'll just play Brewmaster. So I could play Brewmaster on this character right now, pretty poorly, but I could, and that's predominantly why I have a Brewmaster ult. I also have a Demon Hunter ult, which you don't ever want to see me play. I will probably have to play it in splits. It's not going to be pretty, guys. Let's just say I've not put as many hours on Demon Hunter as I would have liked to. Also, I wasn't invited to this group. Please. I want to do a 12, because I find that things are dropping too fast in 10s. 12 is a really good way of, like, actually testing out proper damage. Like, I did an 8 earlier and everything just dropped instantly. You can't get a good representation. So yeah, that's the TLDR of why I have a Brewmaster role. I mean, I have a Brewmaster setup on my resell character. Declined? Oh? What do you mean declined? On the PTR? Guys, we're testing things. I know I'm a monk. Come on, don't do me like that. Alright, well, We'll do a 10 then. I can't believe it. Getting meted. getting meted on the PTR. They did delist though, so maybe they just decided they weren't going to do it. Yeah, that's the main reason, Mercer. Mercer? Mercer. Well, we'll go with Mercer. Yeah. It's basically as well because I needed to get gear quick, and I found that it was quite difficult to get into groups on a low item level character. Even like raiding normal and stuff, I found it quite difficult to, like, even if you say, oh, you know, I'm 8 out of 8 mythic, they don't invite you if your eye level's not like, you know, 315. What are we on? 615? Yeah, if you weren't like 615 or 620, you just wouldn't even get invited. But if you're a tank, suddenly they're like, ooh, get this guy in. So it seemed like a really good opportunity to learn Brewmaster. The last time I played Brewmaster was Antorus. And I hadn't played it since. Mistweaver, I've leveled a Mistweaver once, but I'm not really a healer player. I just don't think I'm very good at it. Hey mate, is the other server better in terms of players? Sorry, I'm just talking to the paladin. Let me... Oh, you can see that actually. Because here it's so hard to find groups. I thought that... Is it not cross-server? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought PTR was cross-server. The main reason I'm on FireAct, and that's because for raid testing we were asked to go on FireAct, so I decided to set all this up on this server. I think the main reason it's kind of dead at the moment is because there's still only one dungeon. But yeah, oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I'm probably gonna finish this stream at 8 today, predominantly because it's just one dungeon, and I've streamed for 6 hours in this one dungeon. Anyone that's been watching, you guys don't want to see like 10 hours of Operation Floodgate. And honestly, I don't want to play 10 hours of Operation Floodgate. I want to actually test out the new dungeons. So I was thinking, if come Saturday it's still Operation Floodgate and they still haven't put in the new dungeons for whatever reason they come up with, I will probably move the Saturday stream to maybe like a triple stream in the following week when there are new dungeons out. I just don't want to have to. I don't want to have to be streaming the same thing over and over again. You don't want to watch it. I don't want to. I don't want to play the same dungeon over. I just think it works out better. But that's thinking a little bit in advance. I think we're going to go on the assumption that on Saturday there's going to be 4 juicy new dungeons, and that should be a really fun stream. But at the moment, it's just Operation Floodgate, and as I've noticed, even at this time, like this time on Saturday, there were loads of groups going. There aren't that many groups going right now, and it's predominantly because everybody's done it. Everybody's done Operation Floodgate like 20 times now a piece. It's a good dungeon, but if you're playing retail, you wouldn't want to do the set. You wouldn't want to do Necrotic Wait 20 times in a row, would you? Yeah, it's. I think people have tested it, and the new dungeons should be out. I keep checking on the blue post, but I haven't seen any reasoning why Blizzard haven't released them. They should have been out yesterday. It's the main reason why I chose Wednesday, because it's really awkward for me to then have to stream on the Tuesday, because they release them on NA hours. So the new dungeons probably wouldn't even be out at this time on Tuesday. They'd be out in like an hour. And then that puts me having to stream into midnight, and it just doesn't work out. That's why Wednesday seemed like a really good day. Going forward, it's not next, is it? It's not next reset, it's the reset after, but that's when the Mythic raids come out. And for that reset, I'll be streaming Wednesday for the PTR, Thursday for the PTR raid bosses, the first 4, I think it is, and then Friday for the second 4 PTR raid bosses. And like what they do is they give you an hour-long window per boss that you can test. So it's not 100% that I'll be in for every single boss, because we have like a 25-man roster. So I should be in for a majority of them, fingers crossed. But I might not be in for one or another. But if I'm not in for a certain boss, I'll just be testing out new dungeons. So that's kind of how that's going to work. And then on Saturday, I'll stream again. So in 2 weeks, I'll be streaming 4 days. That'll be kind of cool. That will really test out how well I can, how much stamina I have. It looks like we are going to form a group for this 10. Let's just make sure trinkets are alright. So far, I like the reverb radio. No idea if it's doing anything good, but I think that constantly having haste in a build where haste is a little bit limited at the moment. Let's go back to gaming. Haste is a little bit limited because of the gear that Blizzard have provided us with. Like, this is not going to be the gear you're wearing. You're not going to wear, like, class set boots. And you're not going to be wearing class set, like, wrists. Rushing Jade Wind's gone now? No. I don't think so. I think Rushing Jade Wind, I've tested it. I've had a few variations lined up. So for this conduit build, for example, I've taken it off, if you can see there. And I think for all my Shadow Pan ones, I've kept it on. And predominantly that's because Rushing Jade Wind, although it no longer like gives the Mark of the Crane stacks, it still kind of does a lot of damage. Like, it's not bad damage. The perk of Rushing Jade Wind was, yes, it gave you 5 Mark of the Crane, but all they've done is they've removed that. So if you're just playing it for pure damage, it's actually not bad. And I think in like M+ and stuff, in a piece, like, some people still run it, but I think because our haste is so high now, you don't really need to run in a piece anymore. So it was always a toss-up between these Inner Peace and Rushing Jade Wind of what you would take, depending on the content you were doing. And earlier levels and earlier on, Inner Peace always seemed to be the one to go, because it made it a little bit more, like, lax on how much energy you could spend, and you weren't, like, suffering too much from low haste. But as we've gained, like, a lot of haste, Rushing Jade Wind just seemed to come out stronger. If I could take off Rushing Jade Wind and put it into one of these lower talents, I would. Can't. You could. There's an argument for Ordered Elements, but I think Ordered Elements is better for single target and raiding. Ordered Elements isn't bad, but it's mostly a Rising Sun Kick modifier. I mean, it does reduce your chi on all your chi spending abilities, but I just don't think it's as It feels bad to not run when you're not used to it, but it's not as like important as you might think it is. I think Ordered Elements is nice to have, but it's not amazing. Like, it only really buffs your Storm, Earth, and Fire windows for 7 seconds. It's not as good as you think it might be. So yeah, a bit of a tangent there, but yes, Rushing Jade Wind I think will still be taken in most situations. It's good damage. And it also works nicely with Conduit of the Celestials. Let me put on this build here. For one talent in particular, it's this one when it loads. Restore Balance. So you can either make it so that it increases its duration by 4 seconds, or you can have it activate whenever you go Zuan. So basically, when you go Cock and you have Rushing Jade Wind, which I don't in this particular build, but I have it in the other one, you can actually get a lot Rushing Jade Wind damage value. It does good damage. The short of it is it does good damage. It's not a bad talent. Is Windwalker good? I got 3k this season with Windwalker, but it's been hard. I mean, it's not bad, but the best way I can compare it is to this damage that I've got here, right? This was about half a dungeon that we run, and like 2.3 million is not bad, right? We hadn't finished the dungeon, so it could have been more, could have been less. But when you compare it to something like Enhanced Shaman, like you were seeing the Enhanced Shaman was doing like 7 million on pulls that I was topping 5 million on. It's not going to be the best, right? It just won't be the best of the best. But if you enjoy it, it's in a good place. I think Slicing Wind's really, really fun. And it doesn't feel like it's clunky. It doesn't feel like it's like been added and doesn't bring any value. It feels like it's been added, it fits nicely into your rotation, and it does like a third of your damage, like your third highest damage, beating out things like Whirling Dragon Punch and, you know, Blackout Kick, Tiger Palm. It's good. It's fun, and once you get a bit of a playtest with it, the only downside is you lose Flying Serpent Kick, which honestly, you don't notice that much once you're used to it. Like, initially when I started doing this testing on Saturday, I noticed it a lot, and I found myself like really suffering from having no Flying Serpent Kick. But now that I've run like 15 dungeons without it, you just make sure you always have a roll up. You put more emphasis on roll, and you don't like roll for silly reasons. You tend to just try to move out of things rather than roll out of things, and use roll as like your gap closer. As well as that, it's just fun. Charging up's really cool, and you go. What? I was gonna say you go miles, but my guy decided to not move at all. Don't know if that's a bug, but yeah, you charge up, and you can go about 80% of the distance as a flying serpent kick would take you. But the damage doesn't scale with distance. Damage is always the same, so you don't have to go far at all. Ideally, your tank like groups everything up, and you do a tiny one click. You like one tap it, and you hit everything. Basically like this. You one tap it, and that's like the shortest distance it will go. You should hit everything, and then you just go ham. Thank you, Spirit Pixel Master, if you're in the stream. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. If you're not in the stream, welcome anyway. Alright, looks like we're going Paladin mode. And we got a mage as well. I haven't seen a lot of mages. I've seen a lot of Paladins, a lot of Shamans, a lot of DKs, a lot of monks. Not Windwalkers, though. Mostly Brewmasters and Mistweavers. But I haven't seen many mages. I've seen, like... What else have I seen zero of? I've seen barely any rogues. I don't know if they haven't got many changes, but there's a lot of classes that I haven't seen. Paladins are just everywhere. And so are Shamans, but that's not really surprising, is it? They're just so good, aren't they? Like, if you go to Dornagal and you go by the target dummies, there's like 10 different Shamans all nuking those things down into oblivion. I always watch you, and I got my IRO because you... Oh, really? Oh, that's really nice of you to say, Carlos. I appreciate that. Between me and you, my RIO's not that high. It's not bad, but I don't like Sesh Mythic Plus. I'm more of a raider myself, but it doesn't mean I don't enjoy high-end Mythic Plus. I just don't like hyper push it. Like, a lot of people will hyper push it, but I feel like you need like a pre-made for that, just so you don't lose your sanity. Like, I think that I've pugged so many dungeons this season that you get to a point where your sanity's just you just start losing your mind a little bit. Not because people are bad, just anything goes wrong and your group disbands, and you just feel really like awful for like setting up a group for half an hour. It's really like dissuading. But I'm glad my videos have helped. I do know one or two things about Windwalker. I just don't push high Mythic Plus. I have got a little bit of criticism for that actually, in a comment or two, like, oh, you're making all these videos, but you don't actually have a high Raider IO score. It's just because I don't push it. Like, I don't have the time to push Mythic Plus. Like, I barely have the time to push raiding. But like, I can't really do Mythic Plus during the day because I'm doing my day job, so evenings are for raiding or video editing and stuff. That's my excuse anyway. If I really wanted to push it, I probably could. I wouldn't be like top of the top. They're so different, M plus in high-end Mythic raiding. Like, some people are amazing at M plus, but you put them in a raid situation and they can't do it. It's the same with raiding. You put like a high-end raider in an M plus, and suddenly, like, that you have to focus on such different things, I find, and it doesn't always translate perfectly. I don't know if you find that. Got it purely in pugs. Yeah, pugs are fun. I mean, props to you for seshing it out. I'm sure you had your fair share of sanity moments as well. Yeah, you do need a guild. Yeah, that is the one thing, isn't it? You need a guild for Mythic raiding. But I think once you find a guild that you mesh with, it's really, really fun. Like, I was in a raid group with my friends for the whole first half of the season. They disbanded after we got to Brood Twister. But, like, just being able to joke around, I find, like, you can either have a raid where it's super serious and you're not allowed to have fun at all, or it's a raid where you have too much fun and maybe not enough progress, and it's trying to find that balance, isn't it? Oh my god. Thank you, Carlos. I'm so awkward. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That's amazing. You don't have to, but I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Did they fix the Demon Hunter bug? I don't know what Demon Hunter bug you're talking about. Is it the one where they fell rush and they go miles? That's the only Demon Hunter bug I know of, and I've seen it multiple times, and it is hilarious because they'll just go off a side of a cliff or something. I've seen it on Overnax where they'll fell rush to the other side of the room. And I don't know if that bug's been fixed. I don't I don't keep up with other class bugs really, but I think it's so funny that I hope it hasn't been fixed because yeah, that's one of the funniest bugs I've seen. A demon hunter will just be stood there and suddenly they're on the other side of the map. And they'll freak out in comms as well. You'll just hear them like, "Why the hell am I here?" Or "I've gone off." And yeah, it's really, really funny. But no, thank you, Carlos. I really appreciate that. What's my daily job? My job is I work in like aquaculture. So aquaculture in England. So I work in licensing really, licensing and day-to-day management. So basically think of it as, let's say you're trying to get a license for a plot of land, I help get licenses for plots of sea, I guess, is the main thing I do in like the aquaculture world. It's quite fun, but it can be very tedious working with the government. If anyone has ever worked with the British government, you know that they are awful. Crop layer. Editor, remove that. Editor, make sure that didn't go through. Delete that VOD. I'm my own editor. Gotta timestamp that one. Scrub that from the internet. You tell them that you're a mythic raider? Do I tell the government that I'm a mythic raider? No, I do not tell the government that I'm a mythic raider. It's not... I don't... Oh, it's because we're in the heroic instance. These guys don't realize we're in a... Oh, normal. We need to change difficulty. Sorry, I got distracted. That made me crack up, actually. Do I tell them that I'm a mythic raider? It's one of those things, though, where, like... It's become more socially acceptable, I think, to be good at games. Not to the extent where you can put it on your CV, right? But, like, I think, like, 10 years ago, if you told someone, like, you're really good at this game, they just look at you really funny. But I think nowadays, like, if someone's really good at a game, you're like, oh, okay. Actually, I don't know if it'll get you a job, but it's a lot less shunned, I think, being good at a video game. Not that I'm good at a video game, I'm just talking generally. I think he sleeps on the job to make time for raiding. Who, me? No? Only occasionally. No, I just don't do much outside of raiding. I mean, the only other game that I've been playing at the moment is a little bit of hardcore WoW with a mate. Just because it's like super chillaxed and I can like kind of just play a couple hours here and there and don't have to think too much about it. But otherwise, I have no time for any other game. I used to play a lot of League. I'm sure a lot of you also played a lot of League because everyone's played League at some point or another. But I just don't have time. I don't have time. Growing up, I guess. Any guesses what champ I mained? It's not Lee Sin. The results might surprise you. You get tax rebates for CE. I don't know about that. You might get tax rebates for World First. You can imagine, like, going into the tax office and being like, I have this cutting edge. Can I get some money back? They just look at you. They wouldn't understand. It'd be funny, though. I don't know, guys, I don't know what's going on with this dungeon. This group looks like they're so confused. We've only just managed to get this into a mythic keystone. I think whoever is the lead of this group has maybe just come onto the PTR, so they're not quite sure how it all works, which is fine, but there seems to be a little bit of confusion about how we start this key. I might try to actually communicate with them. Will you make a video about Windwalker and the PTR? I will make a video... So what I wanted to do was I wanted to make like a video on each dungeon from the PTR. If that makes sense. So like 8 videos, 1 for each dungeon, so people could basically look back and watch the video and then maybe have a bit of an idea of what they're going into on retail when it comes out. I haven't had a chance to do that. There's only one dungeon that's come out so far, so I just need to find like one good run of Operation Floodgate. I probably voice over it, where I like talk throughout it instead of using live stream voice, because I don't necessarily talk about all the mechanics on a boss, and I'd rather make a video where I'm going through like, what does this boss do, how do you deal with it, that sort of thing. So I think that'd be a good idea. In terms of other PTR videos, the idea is to try and make a PTR video on every boss, every mythic boss that I'm in on as well. Same concept, where I will get the footage from live streaming it, and then I will re-record over it, where I go over everything. Hopefully I'll be able to put down a few like what am I trying to show you? Hopefully I'll be able to put down like a few timers as well. Just rough timers going into it, so like everybody that watches the video has some sort of idea of what they're going into for heroic difficulty and mythic. I won't be testing any of the bosses on heroic. My guild decided that well, I don't really know why they decided not to do heroic at all. I just think that we just want to focus on mythic. We think heroic won't be like crazy hard, that we have to like min-max PTR test it, so I won't put any heroic guides out until I do them live on retail. Mythic guides, though, I do plan on getting something out. In terms of like a guide for how Windwalker is going to be for next season, I'm going to make the video across the next month, but I won't release it until everything's set in stone, if that makes sense. Like, there's no point me releasing a Windwalker video for next season next week, and then they change like 5 things on the PTR. You watch the video, you go, oh, so this is how you do Windwalker. You get into retail when it comes out, and they've like removed 2 talents that you were meant to take, and suddenly that build's not optimum. I don't want to basically have to put out a video that will just what's the word I'm looking for? Become nullified, and also be like a bit like false in what it's showing, just for the sake of putting a video out. That's my thoughts on it anyway. So there will be videos coming out. But they'll mostly be like dungeon guides and stuff, and I think this group is cooked. It's given me a chance to chat, though. I do enjoy chatting. I can chat for ages. I've got a glass of water here. I did not have a glass of water last stream, and I felt it by the end. Like, my throat was going. Like, I'm not a massive talker, I guess, in general, but I find when I'm talking about something like I know, like Windwalker or WoW, I can go for ages. So if I'm talking your ears off, just put me on mute. Because I ain't gonna shut up. Jungle main in LOL? Ah, no, actually I'm a mid laner in LOL. I am... Alright, close your ears, guys. I was a Kiana, Katarina, Zoe main. I know. That's pretty cringe. But they're good champions. No, they're not. Kiana's really cool. Katarina's just brain dead. I'm not gonna lie. Playing Katarina and you just jump on top of people's heads. You either go like 19 and 0 or 0 and 19. No in between. But yeah, mid laner main and then AD carry if I do get a chance. I play like something like Jinx or... Who else do I like? I suck at jungle. I'm awful at jungle. I play Kha'Zix and then feed. And then my team will say junk diff, and then I won't play League for like another week or 2. Can I show the new Empower ability? Do you mean like the new talent? The new Slicing Winds one? Is that what you mean by the new Empower one? I also forgot to mention in my last video and this one that Dance of the Winds has actually changed as well. Now, you might be thinking, what the hell is Dance of the Winds? Great question. Nobody knows what this does. But basically what it did before is it increased your dodge chance, like, by, I want to say, like, it increased your dodge chance a certain amount of percentage, increasing until you eventually dodged and then it reset. They scrapped that and they've made it so your physical damage taken is reduced by 10% and an additional 10% every 4 seconds until you receive an attack. That's kind of good. Like, basically what this means is by taking this talent, which you would have taken anyway, you're now taking, you can essentially be taking like 50%, no, even 100% damage, like, reduction, like, because there's no cap from what I can see. It doesn't cap out. So that's pretty cool. This is going to be quite useful, especially if like you find yourself in a situation where you're going to get one shot by something. you don't see it coming. Luckily, you have dance stacks up, and if it's physical damage, you could pretty much completely negate it. So it's going to be kind of similar to Bounce Back, where it like kind of gives you a free pass on taking a bit of damage that you shouldn't be. Not that you should take damage. I don't take damage. Why should you? I take damage all the time, guys. I'm just messing. All right, we're going Shadow Pan for this one, and we'll be going for the box special. So this is basically the standard retail talent build at the moment. And talent-wise, trinket-wise, we're going for a haste trinket and another haste trinket, because haste is not that high up because of my gear at the moment. It's all kind of mastery focused, so I wanted a bit more gear that was focused on haste, so trinkets will do that.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
Oh god, we want to get out of this. So you can see there, I actually use Slicing Winds as a way to avoid that entire massive circle of death. So it can be used for mobility as well as damage, if you time it right. Oh. So don't just think of it as like a damage ability. It can still be used as Flying Serpent Kick, but at the same time, I mean, you kind of do want it to be doing damage. You don't want to be using it as just a mobility ability. Mobility ability. I like that. I'm not really sure what's going on with this grouping, but hey-ho. Out. Yeah, so that's basically the new Empower ability, if you were able to see that. It's basically like a charged up Plunderstorm ability. It's literally taken directly from Plunderstorm, and they were like, put it on Windwalker. We'll trial it on them. I don't think any other class has had a Plunderstorm ability. I know that one boss had a Plunderstorm ability in City of Threads. Or was it the other one? City of... You know the first boss that shot out the purple orb? Oh, I'm talking about the wrong dungeon. I'm talking about Dawnbreaker. The mini-boss in Dawnbreaker that shot out the massive purple orb. That was a Plunderstorm ability. For anyone that hasn't played Plunderstorm, and they were like, we can put these abilities into retail. Let's give them Windwalker now. But it's really cool. It's like a little dash. It does damage to everyone that you hit. Obviously, capping out at about 5, it will still do damage to 5 targets, but it won't do damage to 5 targets, you know what I mean? Like all Windwalker abilities where it'll just be nuked. But it does really good damage. It doesn't do as much as Spinning Crane Kick or Fist of Fury, but nothing does. It does, when I play it like properly, it usually does like 3rd highest damage. So if we look at overall right now, it's just behind Blackout Kick, but if we keep pulling in this dungeon, getting some big pulls, it will skyrocket Blackout Kick. It does about 6% of your damage overall from testing. We've pulled. We need to come back down here because this ad is crazy. He will end our existence. You need to pop a defensive for Warp Blood. Diffuse Magic is ideal because it does magic damage. You can see everybody else's health is absolutely dropping. I'm not doing too bad because I saved my defensive for it. Not bad. Do the clones replicate? Oh, that's a good question, actually, that I hadn't really thought about. I'm going to say yes. In fact, what we'll do is we'll have a look at the clones. I imagine they will. They replicate all abilities, don't they? All offensive abilities. But I never, like, thought about it. I always pop Storm, Earth, and Fire beforehand. But yeah, I didn't even think about that. We'll have a look on this boss. Let me know if you see any clones, like, doing some crazy dashes. But I'm going to say yes, that they will. It can also get you stuck in objects. I have used this ability and got trapped in these boxes right here. I did send a bug report out to Blizzard to let them know that. I guarantee they will not fix that. They don't fix Windwalker bugs. Alright, we'll do a big pull here and let's have a look. So I put my clones out, and do they dash? No. I don't think they did. That might have to be something that I look back on the footage for, but I didn't see any other animations. It's a really good question, actually, Zoracle. I hadn't even thought about it. Just when I think of clones, I think they replicate all your damage. Like, don't think about it, but maybe they don't. Well, the best way to find out is we'll have a look at the damage breakdown of the clones at the end of the run and see if they did any slicing winds damage. If not, that might need to be taken into consideration in if you take this talent or not. I'd still take it because it does loads of damage, but if your clones don't replicate it, maybe that's a bug, and maybe they should. Come on, do a big pull. I do apologize as well with the, like... I want to say FPS. It's a bit of everything. Basically, PTR servers play at like 150 ping constantly, so... if things are laggy at all, there's just nothing I can do about it. I don't know why they run so poorly. A little bit annoying. I don't really want to use slicing winds on like 2 ads. I want to save it, but you get to that point where you save an ability for so long, you might have well have pressed it. But it's difficult to know what a tank's going to do when you don't know the tank. So, for instance, I have no idea what this pathing is for this dungeon. Oh, okay. Didn't seem like it. Was just curious. Looks fun to play. You know what? Let's... Can we... Because sometimes what I find as well with Storm, Earth, and Fire is that they might still do the ability, but they don't show the animation for it. I'm trying to remember what they used to do that for. But I think in Dragonflight there was an ability that they like wouldn't like visually show the replication of the ability. So there is a chance that they are doing the damage, but they're not just showing them doing the ability, and this group is so confused. Where are we going? We've come back to the start of the dungeon to now pull this trash pack. I don't think that I'm in a group that hasn't done this dungeon before, which is fine. It's just funny. So double tiger palm. We're gonna dash through everything here, and you just want to look out for these razor blades and the flamethrower. The flamethrower will one-shot you. The razor blades will do like ticking damage that you just don't want to stand in. You currently work with a branch of the government. Definitely a lot of questionable security practices I've come across, although I work in the IT industry. Yeah, I don't know. I've always found with the UK, we're very reactionary to things. Like, we're not very pragmatic. We're like, if something bad happens, then we'll fix it. We won't, like, think ahead, which it's never great. I mean, I'm not one to get into politics, really. I don't know, but I do find like it can be like very stressful to work with certain government branches and stuff like that, just because like a lot of things in aquaculture is very new and upcoming, and haven't been in the UK for years, but have been in the EU for like decades, and then you try to like bring that across, but we don't have the regulations for them, and as you're doing it, regulations are brought in, and it's just it can be quite difficult. But I'm sure, I don't know if that's quite similar to IT. A lot of people are actually in the IT industry. A lot of people that I know. I don't know the first thing about computers or IT, and our group disbanded. Why? Oh my god, it's not going well. We're just logged off. Right, okay, that's really annoying. I mean, I knew this group was a little bit scuffed, and it allowed me to talk a bit more, but I didn't think it was scuffed enough that people just log out. He saw enough. He didn't even see a boss. He saw the trash, and he was like, nope, that's enough testing for me. I've seen enough. See you on retail. Yeah, unfortunately, no actual groups going at the moment, but I did try Form 1 earlier, and it didn't go too badly. I managed to get a group in about 5 minutes, so I wouldn't stress too much that there aren't any active groups. And I also found on Saturday, this was when people were coming online to test out the dungeons. The biggest downside is just that Operation Floodgate's been out for over a week now. We should have had 4 new dungeons yesterday evening. My tinfoil hat theory is that Blizzard basically got overwhelmed with Plunderstorm. Plunderstorm got delayed by hours and hours from looking through like blue posts and stuff. They completely forgot that they were meant to like put out these new dungeons for PTR and put everything into Plunderstorm. I could see that being the case. Or they just thought they were testing with the dungeons that weren't ready yet, which is probably the more probably makes more sense. But I'm gonna go for the Plunderstorm example, the Plunderstorm excuse. I don't know if any of you actually played Plunderstorm. Played it last year. Was it last year? I played like trios. I thought it was good. But it is just the same thing over and over again. Which is basically M+, actually. I don't know what I'm talking about. It was fun. And we did get this brand new ability from Plunderstorm, Slicing Winds. Have any other classes had Plunderstorm abilities? I'm pretty sure it's just Windwalker monks, right? We're the testers. They were like, these Windwalkers complain their bottom DPS. Give them this Plunderstorm ability. That'll shut them up for a tier. Until they, like, after week 1 of playing with it, they'll be like, actually, this Plunderstorm ability does too much damage. Nerf it by 300%. And we'll just be sat there like, bro, please. And you might be like, that's not very believable. That's exactly what they did with Darting Hurricane. That was really fun. And they nerfed that within 1 week of the release of... Oh, maybe 2 weeks. I might be exaggerating a bit with 1 week. But they completely nerfed it, and it became a dead talent. And it was really cool. Hello, Alice. Thank you. Happy stream. It is a happy stream. I'm really enjoying myself. I think initially on my stream on Saturday, I was a little bit nervous. Just because I'd never streamed before. I didn't know how well I'd be able to play on stream, or if I'd be able to like talk for hours on end. Like, what would I talk about? I guess I get in my own head a little bit, but I think since then, and I was also really concerned that the stream would be super scuffed. Like, I spent hours and hours like setting it up, trying to make sure that it would run well. And it was nowhere near as scuffed as I thought it would be. I had like one timer issue, but then since then I've just been able to not have to worry about that. And I realize it's all just good fun. And for some reason you guys don't mind watching me do the same dungeon on repeat. So, I can't complain there, but next stream, I've already said next stream will be Saturday, but if they don't release the new dungeons by Saturday, I won't stream on Saturday, and I'll just add an extra slot to when they next release the new dungeons, because I don't want to have to stream what would be the equivalent of 14 hours of Operation Floodgate, to be honest. 1, it's not fun for you to watch Operation Floodgate for 14 hours straight. 2, it's not fun for me to play Operation Floodgate for 14 hours straight. Yeah. That's my thinking on it anyway. But I'd be really surprised if they don't release the new ones by Saturday, because although they want to bring these out in waves, the waves suggest that the new season will start at the end of February, and you're going to get to a stage where you get to the end of February, and all the dungeon testing hasn't been done, and suddenly you have to go to retail. And I don't think that's what Blizzard want this time. I think that's what they did with Season 1, and you could see like there were loads of changes that happened to dungeons within week 1. We all remember Necrotic Wake week 1, Surgeon Stitch Flesh, whatever it was called. Absolutely horrendous. Like, they had to nerf that into the ground. That's the whole point of them bringing out longer PTR testing sequences. So I'd be surprised if they don't bring this out. Honestly, they'll probably bring it out later tonight or tomorrow, which is just like a middle finger to my schedule. But that's fine. As long as they bring it out. I just want to test something new. Alright, we're in the instance. It's going to be a 12. I am still going to test out Shadowpan with Bok. This is the 3rd dungeon in a row I've done it, but that's because I haven't finished these dungeons. Either someone leaves or someone leaves. Yeah, we've had 2 dungeons in a row where someone's left. So And I really want to test out what the retail build looks like with the new gear. I haven't really talked about the tier set this stream. I talked about it a lot last stream. If you're just tuning in and curious about this tier set, it's passive. It's really hard to judge how strong this tier set will be, but like reading what like the AOPL Windwalkers have been looking at, it's basically, it's not going to be like a crazy percentage. Like we're talking like low. It's going to be it's looking like you're still going to be running your old tier set for longer than you would like to. Like you're still going to replace this tier set in, obviously, but it's not going to be like instantly this new tier set is so good that you need to take the lowest quality of it and replace it with the new one. So like if you're, let's say you're max mythic with the tier set from season 1, you're probably not going to replace it with LFR of this one. In its current iteration, I need to add like current iteration. So it can all change. There's still months or so. Let's see if everybody's ready. How are Windwalker? Windwalker's good, man. It feels good. New ability doesn't feel like it's been shoved in out of nowhere. It fits the theme. It does good damage. Celestial of the Conduit seems enjoyable to play. If it's as good as Shadowpan still, who knows? There are a couple of trinkets that I enjoy running. Reverb Radio, which gives you haste. I don't know if this will be the best one, but at the moment I'm having to run it because my mastery's like, my haste isn't as high as I'd like it to be because of how all the gear like works out. Because I can only choose so much gear on the PTR. You only get the tier set stuff. I don't have access to like best in slot. So that's the one downside. So I'm running haste trinkets at the moment to try to get as much haste as possible because we just love haste and that's not going to change. I did try out a couple of trinkets last stream. I tried out a load of them. I tried out this Garbage Mancer Last Resort, which I think is going to be really, really good if it's kept in its current iteration and you're in a pre-made, but trying to use it in a group environment that I don't know of and we can't communicate, it's really, really bad. I forgot to get a 12 keystone. Oh no. Guys. Oh no. Oh no, I'm the melon now. Last kit was someone else and I was roasting them for it. No, it's me now. This is what happens. I yap to you guys and I forget what's going on. Oh. Oh. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, the druid has it. In fact, I knew the druid had it, and I planned for him to put the key in. So actually, I didn't make any mistakes whatsoever. I'm pretty sure there will be, like, Demon Hunters, mover, and non-mover builds. Personally, I don't like slicing winds. That's fair. Like, some people won't like slicing winds. I feel like it's out of, like, a lot of abilities, it's pretty on theme for Windwalker. It's like a dash, sort of like nature ability. I don't know how to describe it, but you know what I mean. Like it's like kind of it kind of feels on theme. Losing Flying Serpent Kick, not the end of the world. You do get used to it. It feels awful at first though. I won't lie. Are we allowed to come down now? At what point? This guy's getting absolutely rinsed and we're just stood up there. But I think when you manage to hit like a group of ads like that, it feels so good. And it's not hard to use, but I'm sure there'll be builds where you don't use it, and you will 100% not use it in single target. It doesn't make any sense to use it in single target. The main reason it doesn't make sense to use it in single target is because even though it does damage, one, it's an AoE ability, but two, it's in such an awkward position on the tree that you'd be trading out way too many good single target abilities. But you can see from that one pull, it like does insane amount of damage. I cast it once. Man, it feels good to be on a 12. I've been doing like 8s and 10s all day, mostly because like it's been a bit of a struggle to get into groups, but like things die way too quickly. It's really hard to like properly test how much damage you can do on ads that get one shot. So this is going to be a lot more representative. It also means like flurry strikes can get more time to build up. All that jazz. I can actually press more than one ability on a pack, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So 3 million's not bad, and that's like outside of damage windows. No Storm, Earth, and Fire, no Zuin. Not bad, not bad at all. I don't know if we're going to skip that. Monk CC or Circle. Oh, okay, it's a test of my skill. This is why they bring me to... I got aggro. Guys, no, please. No, guys, no, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, we're... Oh, no. No comment? Thoughts? Oh, those wind-ups do so much. Yikes, that is so bad, actually, because they're going to pull. They might not, actually, because I died. Maybe it was Big Brain that I died, actually, because now I died, so I'm no longer in combat, which means that the paralyzed ad no longer runs. Okay, we're going to play this off as a tactical death, right? That way my group didn't have to perish and fight the ad that it didn't want to. It shouldn't pull, right? Paralysis finished? Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. I'm gonna pop every defensive I own right now. In my defense, I hadn't done the paralysis skip in this dungeon yet. Is that... I've only just, like, cracked the code of how to do it on, what's the dungeon? Oh, words. The dungeon with the maze, you know the one I'm talking about. I can't remember it right now. This ability is so punishing as well. Mists, yes. I only just cracked how to do it on mists. I think I did it right. I think I just got too close. I'm fine with, like, paralyzing and then using the ring to knock it perfectly. But I just distanced. That distance was the issue there. The knock was fine. I'm just an idiot sandwich. Don't worry about it. This is a boss. This is Big Mama. Big Mama's ad is going to end your entire lives if you don't kill them. Okay, that's the TLDLR of this fight. Nuke ads or get nuked. Oh. Oh. I didn't pull that. Want me? Also, they are actively changing stuff as the PTR's out. On Saturday, I've mentioned it before, but when these ads were doing their spinning whirl ability, it actually did no damage. So you'd stack like 10 of them up and you take no damage. But now they've input it that it does damage. So it's another instance of this is, I think, on the second boss, they're going to up the damage of the charge. Potentially, it could be that I'm not taking damage because of the talent we talked about, Dance of the Wind, when I get hit, and it's just 100% negating it. But I do think that the charge doesn't do any damage to the player, really. I think they might change that. That's what the PTR's for. Oh, we aren't doing the boss. What are we doing? Oh, no! This guy's crazy. This guy's certifiably insane. But I kind of like it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Anything that's blue on this boss fight, don't stand in it. You'll die. Healer died. Not great. It happens, though. Don't let that cast. Any ads that cast on this boss is, like, kind of a wipe. Like, maybe you can get one tick of the cast out and you won't wipe, but any more and you're going to feel it. And diffuse magic's really good to use during this phase here. As you can see how much damage I take. Am I dead? Nope, but the healer is. I think we wiped them, no? I don't think... Yeah. I think I died because I stood in the electric, but I don't think... Yeah. Unfortunately, the healer died twice. Yeah, also, if you haven't noticed, they've added new swirly animations to the game. And this is how it's going to be going forward in raid and dungeons. Anytime that there's a swirly, you know how swirlies are really hard to like work out where the border is in retail. Like, you think you're outside of it, you're not. They've changed it. They made the inside of swirlies now kind of opaque, and the outside like really clear where the circle is now. Really good change. Needed to happen about 5 years ago, but it's out now. Can't complain. I just realized I had music playing this whole time. I'm terrible at streaming. Hopefully you guys couldn't hear it. What is going on here? These dungeons have deteriorated into absolute carnage. We started the stream doing 8s and 10s, a 12 here and there, everything going fine, no wipes. We've regressed into whatever the hell this is. I can show you what I mean by swirly. You can see these swirlies though. These are so clear now. Like, look at these. These are like gorgeous. I really don't want this group to disband because I kind of really want to do some dungeons. But at the same time, it's kind of funny. Oh, it's just kind of so scuffed, isn't it? Have any of you guys play PTR? I think I asked earlier, actually. What's everyone else looking forward to? Because I know a lot of Windwalkers don't just play Windwalker. Like, I find that a lot, that if you play Windwalker, you also kind of play something else that's more meta. Just because it's a struggle to get into certain groups and stuff. What do we play? Like, what would you say is, like, similar to Windwalker? I think Demon Hunter's really similar. That's why I chose it. Okay, these are nice and grouped up. Those are really nice slicing winds. Oh. You need to make sure the ads die. So if you ever see one that dashes off into the side, just make sure you go to it and interrupt it. I know, it sucks. We lose AoE damage, but it's better than losing our lives. And Jumpstart, you just need to pop a defensive for this. Potentially 2. Like, Diffuse Magic doesn't last the whole time, and this thing absolutely chunks. So if there's one time you press a defensive during this fight, it's try to hold them for Jumpstart. The rest of the fight's all, like, avoidable damage. But this will really tank your group. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Sandwich. I just stood in the electric field, because why not? Because someone told me to turn my GTFO down. I need that thing screaming in my ear. These ads are not dying. This is going to get really spicy. That ad's going to cast, isn't it? If it casts... Oh no, we're alright. Oh, that's not what we want. The whole group was in that silence field. Alright, so we have no defensive for this. We have Karma in a sec. I'm just going to Vivify. I need to keep myself up. And then I'll Karma. Yeah, okay. And then I don't know if we'll kill it before the, I don't know. I have all my cooldowns up, so that's kind of good. I think... Yeah. Focus on the ads, I think. No. Oh, I didn't want to be stood in that. But, yeah, that was really awkward positioning, actually. The ads were starting to cast, and the only way I could get to the ads was to stand in that massive circle, which is obviously not where you want to be stood. So, that's kind of like an AoE boss. That's kind of annoying, actually. I was going to show you the breakdown for that boss, because I imagine Slicing Winds would have been really high up. It's kind of like an idea of what a potential raid boss could be that spawns ads. Like, let's say there's a new raid boss in the tier that's something like Olgrax or Ovanax. Even Rashanan, I think Slicing Winds would be like a must-take talent for AoE bosses. Anything that spawns enough ads on a decent cooldown. We have to pop this box, guys. Oh. Forbidden Druid tech. The Forbidden Druid knows the way.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
I've seen this pull go terribly. I've seen this pull go perfectly. What will it be? These whirlers are terrifying now. And you get rooted as well. Why am I crackling Jade Lightning? Hello? 12s are a lot harder than they were on Saturday. I don't think they've upped the difficulty. I think they've just fixed the dungeon. Oh my god. This is so bad. These whirlers are awful. One of them doesn't hurt you that bad. When you have like 5 of them going at once. If you don't have CC for them, like interrupts won't work. It has to be hard CC or nothing. Kind of mortifying, actually. Am I dead? Nope. Yes.
You're surviving.
Okay. Not bad. What's the overall looking like? Yeah, so Blackout Kick's actually surprisingly high. Usually Blackout Kick's about, I don't know, 4th. But I am playing, I think, I haven't really been playing the Blackout Kick build. So this is the Blackout Kick build, so it does make sense, actually, that it's really high up. It's actually competing well with Slicing Winds, which when I've run, like, cock builds without Blackout Kick, Slicing Winds is, like, dumpstered on everything other than Fist of Fury and Spinning Crane Kick. So there's potential that the Blackout Kick build's not going anywhere. Even though they slightly nerfed it, I still think there's a good chance that it's going to be the go-to if you run Shadowpan.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
I cannot drink more at this time.
Where did those bombs come from? Yeah, annoying thing as well is that you constantly get rooted in this dungeon by this guy up on the scaffolding, and you cannot target him until the scaffolding's down. So if you accidentally pull, like, the guy over there in the corner on the scaffolding, your group's going to get constantly nail gunned to the floor. And it feels awful. Not that it's happened to any of the groups that I've run in, of course. We don't make mistakes here. My groups are the top of the top 1%ers. This guy over here, Echo. This guy over here, Liquid. This monk over here, he's pretty bad, actually.
I'm out of range.
We'll go for everything here. Annoying thing as well is if you're rooted, your Slicing Winds will not move you at all. Which just happened there. I pressed at the exact same time I got rooted. And I just... the ability goes off, so at least that. But you don't move. Some might say that's a good thing, actually. Not when it doesn't hit anything, it's not. These next ads up here are going to be really hard. I think these are probably going to be the hardest ads in the entire dungeon, maybe besides the ones just before the final boss. Like, these things are crazy. And we pulled them. Okay. You're constantly going to get swords coming out of the floor. You need to constantly move. There's no, like, you can't not move. And flamethrower as well. If you get hit by a flamethrower, you're dead. And it, yeah, luckily this tank just pulled one of them, which I think is probably the play. I think if you pull more than one, you're going to suffer. Like, you get 1 second of leeway on these blades, but if you stand in them for any longer, you're just going to die. Trust me, I've done it. For science. Especially if you, like, let's say you're running 3 melee, and all of the blades spawn on top of you in, like, a slightly different direction, and you try to run out ever so slightly, but you've run out onto another person's blade, you're just going to get one shot. Like, look how much damage it does. Oh. Oh. See, the first tick doesn't hurt, but it's the ticks afterwards that hurt. Oh, you can just skip it. Oh, that's really cool. Damn, this tank's got forbidden tech. These bosses, they're really chill. I don't think many people will struggle with these ones on any difficulty. It's just a bomb defusal sort of thing. You just need to make sure all the bombs pop. You can do that in 2 ways. Through the big guy charging, or if you get an orange circle on you, you just stand on top of a bomb. Not on top of it, don't walk into the bomb, you'll die. But if you stand next to it, it'll be fine. Yeah, I think this is going to be a pretty chill boss. You just need to make sure they die at the same time. That'll be the big thing. So usually you want to deal more damage to Brunt, because he's the one that's really difficult to hit for a majority of the fight. I mean, ideally you stack them. So you can see I want to pop these 2 bombs. I just didn't make it because I got dispelled. That's pretty bad, actually. But it's not the end of the world. The boss charges tons. But if you're a healer, just be careful that the guy you're dispelling is on top of the bombs. Monks can also dispel it themselves. With Ye Old Faithful diffuse magic. But you can see compared to the first boss, this is kind of like... this is really bing chilling. Like, it looks more hectic. It's not. I'm trying to wait for a nice lineup of slicing winds, but it's not going to happen. Oh, try to get him on this one. Yeah, see, I got hit, took no damage. I don't think that's going to go into retail. To be honest, I don't know if it's because of the passive on the new monk ability, but every time I've been hit by that, it just doesn't deal any damage. I don't think that's going to... It just doesn't seem right. Getting hit by an avoidable mechanic, not dealing damage, that doesn't sound right to me. Try to get him to dash through this one. It's kind of awkward. See, I got stunned again. Took like nothing. Let's see if I get hit again. Yeah. A little bit more. A little bit more, actually. But not one shot. Which I'd expect. We are doing this boss so poorly now, actually. I think everyone's turned their brains off. Keys is going to die first. Not good. This boss is going to enrage. I've seen him one-shot people a few times. This is so awkward. Oh, being a melee sucks sometimes. Just trying to hit this character as he runs around like a nutcase. Alright, that was a really poor representation of how to do that boss. But, yeah, the concept remains the same. Pop bomb good. Next boss, really fun as well. The bosses in this dungeon are quite fun. I think they're all unique. They do take things from like previous bosses from raids or previous like dungeon bosses, but they kind of put a little bit of a twist on it. So I don't think it's like the end of the world. I mean, you find that a lot actually. A lot of bosses will like have some sort of like variation of ability that another boss had. It is rather difficult to come up with new ideas. Where's my group dying? Oh, I see. What? What was that? So that was the guy spinning. I hit him with a leg sweep and it didn't interrupt them. So are they unCCable? See, once again, on Saturday, these guys didn't hurt you at all. And I did 12s. I didn't just, like, do low keys. I'm not sure if they just didn't have the damage numbers turned on Saturday, but It's making some of these pulls a lot harder than they were. Especially if you're not able to CC these guys. That doesn't sound right, though. New spell? You want to see my new spell? What's that? Yeah, pretty cool. Maybe we was talking about the ads. I don't know. Yeah, these guys are pretty crazy, actually. They must be CCable. Am I crazy? Yeah, I can paralyze them. But I couldn't leg sweep them. I promise I pressed it. We'll go now. Okay, maybe I didn't press it. Or maybe they were DC'd. DR'd? DR'd. I don't DC, this isn't fucking Marvel. And they will heal each other, which is really cool. I'm excited for some new dungeons. Oh, these are raids. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm excited for, out of these dungeons, Cinderbrew, Cleft, Rookery, and Priory. I'm excited for Priory. I think that's a cool dungeon. Cinderbrew I didn't really like when I did it in Heroic and stuff when you were leveling up. The main reason for that, I don't know if any of you have done it, but a lot of the time, like, you get constantly slowed, and there's nothing worse than getting slowed. Because there's a lot of like abilities that get cast that you need to dodge, and if your entire group's slow, even with Tiger's Lust, they just reapply it. So I'm not sure if they've changed anything about that, but if they haven't, the dungeon's going to feel really bad. Why has this guy got add-ons that call me out? Feels like retail. But yeah, you can see because I died and I'm the person that was rezzed, I'm the one player that didn't get the vine. There'll always be one player in the group that doesn't get a vine, because obviously you have 5 players. Only 2 pairs can get grouped up together. So I think in an ideal world it'll be your healer that doesn't get grouped up. I think it's the tank right now that's not grouped up. Yeah, it is. But it's random. You don't really get to choose. That took many a life. We used the CR on me, didn't we? Oh no. What's the bind for? Which bind? Like key bind or the bind that the boss does? Like the bind the 2 players have on them, the vines. Yeah, so it's kind of like a gimmick. It's basically the entire like mechanic of the fight is that you and another player in your group are kind of like tied together, like tethered together. And if you move too far away from one another, whoever like moves the furthest away pulls the other one. So it's kind of like a stacking mechanic. And as you can see, like lots of like things come out in this fight, like frontals and AoE and waves. So what will happen is if people panic or you don't work out where you're going together, you're going to pull your teammate into like these mechanics. So it's kind of like, it's basically just yeah, it's basically just a stack together mechanic. If your whole group always stacks and always goes the same way, you shouldn't really get hit by anything. But it can quickly turn into a nightmare. It doesn't do any damage, I don't think, when you get pulled, from what I've noticed. I'm not sure if that is just because there's no damage implemented, but I think the biggest thing that happens from getting pulled is you get pulled into mechanics and they one-shot you. So, yeah, it's kind of fun. It's kind of like a raid boss called Sludge Fist from Castle Nathria, which had the exact same mechanic where you were grouped up with someone, you were chained together, except on a Sludge Fist, if you moved too far away, you killed each other. So it's not as punishing as that. But, yeah. And that's what I'm saying, it's like the best player is to probably have it on the healer. I'm not sure if like there'd be a way to force it, so that your healer can always like move safely and keep healing, because healers sometimes have to stay put for a second or so to make sure people don't die. And then suddenly they're getting pulled into a mechanic. I could see that being a nightmare. This druid's just able to solo this boss, which is kind of interesting. I don't really know what I'm watching. Just 5 minutes of this guy smacking this boss on his own. I bet he feels like a hero. And you know what? He goddamn is. Oh, I was going to see what the Druid 4 set was. My god. What a... That's the main character right there. Get him on stream. He doesn't say anything other than release. Get up. We go further in. What a badass. This is Bubbles. Bubbles might look cute, but Bubbles will end you. Be careful with Bubbles. Bubbles really hurt. Usually tanks don't actually do that. Or I've seen tanks that try to do what that druid just did and get one shot. But yeah, eating up the bubbles is a really clever way of doing this like mini boss, I guess you'd call it, big ad. Because otherwise you are just going to get these like run into your team. But if you are able to negate it as a tank, pretty clever. I've seen it go terribly wrong though. It does some nasty damage though, Bubbles. Like yeah, I just died to backwash. I was vivifying myself as well that entire time. I mean, I could have popped a bigger defensive. I just didn't think I'd die. But once the healer fell, it was over for me. Rest in peace, monk. Spits volleys. Yeah, I thought I died to a dot. I thought the cast finished, but it applies a nasty little dot on you as well. Kind of cool. So that's Bubbles. Any big difference from Season 1 Windwalker? Honestly, like, big difference? Not really. The playstyle's still going to be the exact same, whether you go Conduit the Celestial or Shadowpan, you know, still pretty much the exact same priority, except occasionally you'll have Slicing Winds, just a new ability that you stick in. And it's going to be about on par with the priority of Strike of the Windlord. Where you press it pretty early on in your opener, and then you basically press it on cooldown. So, like, it's going to feel the same, more or less. Like, it's not going to feel like a brand new iteration of Windwalker, but it's not like the ability feels bad. I mean, so it's up to you if the ability feels bad. I personally like it. I think it just adds a little bit of variation to Windwalker. The only other main thing that's changed is Marks of the Crane. With Spinning Crane Kick, you used to gain 5 stacks. Am I going to die here? You used to gain 5 stacks over, like, whenever you hit a new target. And then increase the damage of your Spinning Crane Kick. That's no longer a thing. Your Spinning Crane Kick now does fixed damage. So, honestly, I don't think it's an awful change. It's going to make the ease of access to Windwalker a little bit nicer for new players that might be struggling to get like 5 stacks at all time, or maybe hyper-focusing on 5 stacks but not being able to reach it. but it is gonna like maybe take away a little bit of the skill expression, but like it's not like the end of the world. It just makes Windwalker a little bit easier. But realistically, if we're being honest, they'd already made getting Mark of the Crane stack super easy anyway. Storm, Earth, and Fire, you've got them instantly. Anytime you use Strike of the Windlord with Rushing Jade Wind, you got them instantly. It's not like it was hard to guess Strike of the Mark of the Crane stacks, and anyone who thinks it is probably kidding themselves. Healer has died. I don't know if we kill these guys without the healer. My health is so low. Oh my lord.
Survive.
Yeah, we've had a bit of a mare this dungeon. Not the greatest showcase. Somehow the tank's only died twice. Pretty impressive. Oh. What is that shield? Man just shielded himself for his entire health bar. That's crazy. And he perished. That's unfortunate. But yeah, big differences. Not really. Unless they make some other massive changes. The only real big change that you might notice is that Conduit Celestials might be more priority for AoE. I mean, it's still up for debate, and at the end of the day, the only way we'll really know is through like simulations, and that hasn't been done yet. There's still like a fair bit that needs to be simulated on that end of things. But I don't think Conduit Celestials feels bad. I think it feels really nice. So, for anyone that really enjoyed Conduit the Celestials, keep playing it. It works nicely with Slicing Winds as well. Like, it's one of the abilities that gains a big cooldown reduction from Unity Within, or from Strike of the Windlord at like 45 stacks, or whatever it is. Hold up. Hold up. I'm proper defensive. I'm the tank now. Pop everything.
Your
No.
survival wasn't necessary.
Yikes, this is horrendous. Thank you for subscribing due to Daniel Dimitri. I appreciate that. If you're watching the stream, welcome to the channel. If you're not watching the stream, you know, also welcome to the channel, but you don't hear it. Oh, I make myself laugh. Is that sad? Nah, I enjoy it. Can't be sad if I enjoy it. So I think what the plan's going to be, guys, is we'll finish this dungeon. We'll run one more. I think I'm going to try a 12 again. I think this one has not gone as well as it could have, but I don't think it's anyone's fault, really. I think I don't really want to put blame on anything. I mean, I've died a bunch. I think the healer's died a lot as well, but there's no issue. It just is what it is. But I think 12 could go a lot smoother. And I want to try out the cock build with Blackout Kick, I think. Do I? Is that the build I want to try out? I think I've already tried that one, actually. I want to try one cock build. I want to finish off on a cock build, because I personally prefer it. Like, I'm trying to find a good time to use Slicing Winds here, but I feel like using it is just a death sentence. We finally killed these ads. Awesome sauce. What was this, like our fourth pull? And yeah, I think we'll finish off after that cock build, which will take us to about 8 o'clock, which is when we were looking for. And then hopefully, please, Blizzard, release the new dungeons. They should have been out already. I really hoped they'd come out like midway through the stream. They didn't. It's kind of a little bit annoying. But it is what it is. Can't really, nothing to complain about. But I think we might all be getting a little bit bored of Operation Floodgate. How did I die? I'm not... I wasn't in turbocharge. You are yapping lies. Was I? I mean, obviously I was, but I wasn't, right? I jumped behind him. I dodged the ability, no? Alright, so it's gonna be a wipe. Ain't killing this boss with 2 DPS, dude. Not even this tank. The tank of all tanks. there was one behind maybe because of the camera perspective, didn't see. Yeah, I mean, I only dashed behind him because I thought I saw the 4 or 5 in front. I thought behind him looked safe, but I must have dashed onto one behind him. But, like, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, okay, it can go behind him. No, I must have. I'm not... It's just one of those things where you... I didn't get hit by that, when obviously he did. A little bit annoying. I don't know if this tank can solo this boss, I'll be 100% honest with you. This is a lot harder. But he will try. But he is the main character. Oh. My main character just jumped off the side of the map. Oh no. Yeah, that's completely on me. That was poor. That was poor, poor behavior. We should be able to lost it, right? He did say 6 minutes earlier though. Is that because his own internal cooldown of his lost ability? Must be. I'm lagging? I'm lagging really badly right now. Oh my god. Am I stood and stuff? Okay, we're fixed. How is casting abilities and moving but not really moving? If you get these circles, you just want to move to the edge and pop a defensive. Maybe a little bit late on the defensive there. Healer's dead again. This is going to be a wipe. Healer can't die. If you get one of these lightning orbs, you want to take him and let it jump over one of these ones that looks like a swimming pool. If it looks like an electrical field, it's already been activated. And you will get stunned. Healer's not getting up. I'm pretty sure he was rezzed. I think you still take damage, even if you don't get hit. Yeah, you do. Oh, I don't know, guys. This one's a bit wrapped, isn't it? Also, I noticed he's from Eric Don, which means you do actually play, like, the servers, it's not one, the PTR is basically like retail, where you can play with other people from other PTR servers. I got asked earlier, someone thought that you could only play with people from Firac, and that's why there was no one queuing. No, it's just because everybody's done this dungeon about 20 times. Oh, come on. Last try for me, want to do some more keys. Yeah, that's fair. I'm surprised that this group stayed together. I've played with... I mean, the last 2 dungeons before this, we had groups that broke up after, like, a couple of ad packs. We hadn't even wiped. There's nothing to get, like, mad about. It's PTR, isn't it? It's all testing. I mean, I wouldn't even get mad in retail, to be honest. It doesn't bother me at all. Wiping on Mythic Plus. I ain't one of those people that loses their minds.
You dare question me? Face annihilation.
Ooh. Yeah, so I jumped there. Whirling Dragon Punch is going to be so bait on this boss, actually. Alright, so now the lightning orbs are going to come in, and we just got to pick one of these circles to stand behind. So I'm just going to choose this one. You can go through them. I'm pretty sure it's fine to go through them. You just got to make sure someone else's doesn't break it before yours. Because if it does, like that one broke. Mine broke first, so the tank realized and he had to move. I've done that a few times where you don't realize. And then suddenly you're stunned for 19 seconds. And it doesn't do damage. Like, it's not going to one-shot you. What's going to one-shot you is the abilities that come in afterwards. Because you're stunned for 10 seconds. We are taking so much damage. It's actually kind of crazy. Oh, healer's dead again. Not great. Okay, tank's dead. Alright, that's a wrap on that one. Unfortunate. It's a shame, because I wanted like a good representation of what Shadowpan Bok kind of did. But I feel like this dungeon's deteriorated so much, it's really hard to tell. But I think the dynamic overall damage isn't too bad to still like roughly guess, like roughly show what it would be. It would be Blackout Kick still being third, which is what you'd expect from a Blackout Kick build. And then Slicing Winds being fourth, so Slicing Winds went from about 6% damage to 5%, but I think Blackout Kick like pulls itself up enough that it's fine. I think Shadowpan's still going to be like a go-to for Mythic Plus, just from testing the two. Although I don't think you're going to be laughed out the room for going Celestial Conduit. And to be honest, you can probably still play Celestial Conduit better than you could Shadowpan. I think Celestial Conduit, like, it relies so heavily on that burst window that if you are in a group where you're doing pulls that don't line up quite like perfectly with it, you can suffer a lot with Celestial Conduit. Like, you almost need like the perfect like lined up pulls, whereas Shadowpan, you kind of don't have to think about it. Your cooldowns will just line up naturally, and whenever you use them is fine. Celestial Conduit, I think it's a lot more punishing to use like it on a 3-pack compared to like a 5-pack or something. But yeah, we'll do uno more dungeon. And then I think we'll call it there. Oop. No, I've been playing we'll do a 10. We'll do a 10. We'll do a 10. I know I want to do a 12, but I think I just want to get into a chill group. Please accept me. Monk. Am I the does anyone else play Classic? Is it just me? Am I the only weirdo that still plays Classic? Wow, hardcore. Man, I can't escape the drama from it. Everywhere I look, it's just like obviously there's that OnlyFans guild, which is with all the streamers, anybody who watches that, and all I see on all my social media is just drama. I can't escape it. Like, I was just playing hardcore the other day, and my guild were just talking about all the drama. Just some random guild that I joined. You can't escape it. Everybody on Twitch streams it. Man, maybe I should join OnlyFans. Send them in my application. Yeah, I play Windwalker Monk. It's kind of like it's kind of like Classic. All right. What was I doing? We're going cock. Did I go the Blackout Kick build? I feel like I did. Did it go well? I feel like it didn't. I feel like Blackout Kick might not be it for cock, because the whole point is the burst window cooldowns, where you're getting your cooldowns of Fist of Fury, Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds off faster. So really, you don't want to be doing Blackout Kick. It doesn't really make sense. I'm happy with trinkets, though. I think what I've nailed down are some go-to trinkets, at least for testing purposes. Because on Saturday, I had no idea what I wanted to do trinket-wise. I feel like House of Cards could be a go-to in retail, once you've actually reduced your mastery quite a bit. But mastery is like so stacked right now that I feel like you're getting a lot of diminishing returns on it. That using a mastery trinket on top of that feels really bad. Whereas haste isn't too bad. Verse would be it's just not worth it. Verse is so bad. Which feels weird to say, because verses usually are best. Eye of Kazan, though, is still a trinket I think has potential, but it's just one of those ones that's really hard to test. All of these trinkets are really hard to test unless it's an on-use. I don't really want to test out all the on-uses. Not because I don't want to test them, but I just think, like, I can tell that these ones are doing more. Like, on-use trinkets have to be really good
4,
for them to be really good. Does that make sense?
1.
What are we going? We're going cock. Okay. I was concerned for a second I'd still have Shadow Pan equipped. Also, this Garbomancer's Last Resort. I don't sleep on it. I think it's going to be something. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be something. Everybody does this pull differently. We are going up top, which means we need to be careful of the whirling blades. So we'll get full chi. Get absolutely blasted by those, and we'll just... Oh, it's going to try and stand in a nice position so you don't get absolutely nuked to death. I think as long as you keep moving whilst those axes come in, even if you get hit by another one, you might not take, like, additional damage. Don't quote me on that. I don't know. I think that's a lie, actually. I just walked into another one and I took all of my health off. Basically, don't stand in the bad stuff. Makes sense, right? Alright, well that's like the first time I've got that pull off really, really well. And yeah, Slicing Winds. Like, you managed to get it off like 2 times in under a minute, which is good, because that's a 30-second cooldown. That's the kind of entire idea around Celestial Conduit, is you manage to get these big abilities that usually have long cooldowns, like, used in less time than their cooldown suggests. I know, revolutionary stuff. Great description of what it does. But that's literally it. On the tin, you're just reducing your cooldown so you can pop out massive ability damage in burst windows. So you can see the stacks on top of Strike of the Windlord, and they're basically stacking up to when next Strike of the Windlord itself will reduce the cooldown. Because that's what it comes from. It's not just when you use Celestial Conduit. It is actually based on Strike of the Windlord stacks. But you can cheese it with Celestial Conduit, if that makes sense. So this is going to be a big pull, so we're going to hold all cooldowns again. And just do exactly what we did last time. Try not to butt pull. And when they start whirling up, yeah, just hit them with CC.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Nice. Oh no, I hate this ad. This ad, I'm gonna have nightmares about this ad. Warp Blood. It's so much damage. This is a 10. And I've popped a Fuse Magic. And it just nukes your entire group's health bar. It's why in the last dungeon the tank just tried to skip this. Because these ads are crazy.
I'm out of range. I cannot take more in time.
So why did I pop Stone, Earth, and Fire there? Because I really... Like, the cooldown's lined up nicely with Celestial Conduit, but I want to use it on the boss. I think that trying to nuke down the boss ads is more important than getting a bit of a higher damage pass on just some normal ads. So it makes sense to use Storm, Earth, and Fire then, wait out this cooldown and pop everything then. Good chance that maybe I'm bad at math and that it's not going to line up properly. But it seems that we're taking our time here, so it might actually do that. Do you see timer? I do see a timer. Yeah. Alright, it's lined up a little bit better now because we took so long to get to this boss, so it's not going to be the end of the world. I'm going to pop it early, even before Storm Earth and Fire comes up. Just because I know that I'll reduce the cooldown of Storm Earth and Fire more. Yeah, we are getting some crazy damage here. Like, there's nothing like using Celestial Conduit and then having like super high APM. It's really hard to describe. But like when you're so used to playing Shadowpan, like the APM's pretty standard. Like it's a lot better than it used to be in Dragonflight. But when you press Celestial Conduit, all your cooldowns just go off down by 75%. You have to like start spamming, and it can catch you off guard really quickly. It also kind of like messes with things like Whirling Dragon Punch if you're not expecting it. Because suddenly your Whirling Dragon Punch can't be used because your Rising Sun Kick came off of cooldown in like 1 second. It's really fun. And it's why it is a much preferred build. Like a lot of people really, really enjoy Celestial Conduit over Shadowpan. Because it actually does something. I know, crazy, crazy stuff. Hero talent that actually does something. Shadowpan's just very... Passive is the nice word. Boring is the realistic word. It's just nothing to it. Like, you can min-max Shadowpan, but you don't want to. Like, min-maxing Shadowpan is like... feels really bad, to be honest, and you don't actually gain that much from min-maxing it. See, I'm interested there, because I've noticed this, and actually my Celestial Conduit cancelled itself, and I didn't do anything to cancel it. I noticed this on retail, actually, when I was playing Celestial Conduit for a couple of weeks, when it had the Storm Earth and Fire bug, that occasionally it would just cancel itself. And I did look back on my footage and try and work out why it did it, but there was nothing that, like... I didn't press anything to cancel it. I don't know if it's just a bug, where it can just cancel itself out, or if maybe something interrupts it. But from reading the ability, the only thing that stops it is if you press another ability. I've never gone this way in my life. But yeah, that is just something to be aware of. It can just cancel itself. Cool. And that feels really, really bad when it does, because it's your burst. I'm not sure if it's a bug, though. I need to look over the footage. Okay, I almost rolled off the edge. Didn't know. Didn't, 'cause I'm a baller. No defenses for this. God rest my soul. I managed to survive the ability and then stand in a bloody circle. My brain has turned to mush, honestly. Which way do we go then? You can avoid this by going up here. And then we're going up here. I don't know if this is like a certain pathing this guy's familiar with, but there's no boss up here. I don't even know if there are boxes up here. I don't know why we're going up here. Maybe it's some like weird percentage skip that I don't know about. But this part of the dungeon I didn't even know existed. I'll be honest. What is this? What is this? What? What is going on right now? What do we unlock if we hit the target? That was weird. I didn't know that existed. Kind of cool. Kind of absolutely pointless. kind of absolutely pointless, but sure. We're popping off now. Honestly, so far so good. I'm doing surprising damage. How do I say that in a better way? I'm doing surprising damage for what I thought this build would be doing. Not my own, not me myself. I always do high damage. But this is kind of like the perfect pull size for Celestial Conduit. If that makes sense.
My emissary.
Like we are pulling in a way that I'm managing to get Celestial Conduit off on a really good amount of ads. Everything lines up that's AoE. I'm not wasting anything. And this is probably why I was so like for Celestial Conduit being like a really go-to build, in my opinion, for next tier. Was because it can do so much damage. This is a really bad pull though. Oh my god. We're being flamethrowed. Is it worth popping? No, it's not worth popping. I'll save it for the boss. This is horrible. I hate these ads. This is not going to be enjoyable. Hit on resale. I do think Conduit will be better. No matter what, Conduit will be better than it is right now. Like that's always going to happen. Just because they've increased mastery and they've added this new ability that works nicely with it. So no matter where Conduit is next season, it will be in a better state than it is this season. It's just, is it going to be good enough to beat Shadowpan? I think that's the big question, and I think Blizzard wants it to. Just from looking at how they've changed Conduit, I think that they want it to be the go-to AoE. But will it? It's hard. It's hard to tell because Shadowpan's so consistent, and sometimes you just can't. You can't not have consistency. But Celestial Conduit, I think, can be so good as well. Am I dead here? I probably am. I needed to double karma there. That was alright. Why do I have this on me constantly? Get off. I want this to be the better build, because I'd love to play Shadowpan in Raid, and then, like, Celestial Conduit in AoE. I think, like, there's no point having a hero talent that you don't use. Like, but I think what they've done as well is that they made it so, like, hero talents are really difficult to balance in a way. It's like, you have to balance this hero talent for healers, but you've also got to balance this hero talent for a DPS, and it's like, well, how do you do that? Am I dead? No, but it's not great. I think that's the issue with hero talents, to be honest. Like, for something like, I don't know what rogue hero talents are, but for, like, specs that have, like, triple DPS or something, I'm sure it's a lot easier to balance, like, hero talents and make both, like, interesting. Because it's like multiple DPS classes. That's what happens when a bomb goes off. Your entire group wipes. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, because if you look at these hero talents, like, Shadowpan is not too hard to balance because a tank still does damage. So you're balancing the tank's damage and the DPS's damage. So you can kind of work that out and make it equal. But when you're, like, got a hero talent that's for a healer and a DPS, it's like, how do you make it so it's not broken for damage, but super bad for healing, or not broken for healing, but super good for damage? And I feel like these are the hardest ones to balance and work around. And I think Celestial Conduit does a good job, but I think it's really difficult to then balance in the future. I don't know if I can get past these guys. I think I was too slow. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, I mean, that's just my take on it, to be honest. I want it to be better. I like it. It's fun, and I know a lot of people enjoy it. It just feels active. It feels nice to have a new button.
Welcome to the fire.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
It's satisfying as well. It does a lot of damage, and it's satisfying. When I initially started testing for this dungeon, I thought this boss was, like, my favorite. It's slowly becoming my least favorite. Not because it's hard. Oh, that bomb's going to blow off. We're dead. We need to pop a defensive here. Luckily someone popped that. It's annoying because it's really hard as a melee to hit these two targets. I don't enjoy dungeons that, as a melee, you have to jump around for. I know that we're mobile, but even then, it just feels really bad. Like, this mage just gets to stand still and hit wherever he wants. And most of the time, you need to be hitting the big guy as well, because he'll always tend to be the one that has more health. Now, that's going to go off. More defensive. Pray. Oh, that's not good. Kill him. Okay, he's dead. I've never dealt with this situation before where she's the one that's alive. Okay, and we're never going to deal with it. Alright. I mean, so far, this damage is really, really good. Like, I compare it to what I've done in previous dungeons, and, I mean, bosses are always going to be our downfall. It's every class's downfall. It'll always lose damage compared to AoE. Obviously makes sense, doesn't it? But, like, this is kind of crazy. I've been teetering on 3 million. Hopefully, if we do a big pull here, I want to hit 7 million damage on a pull. Like, I don't think Shadow Pan can do that. Celestial Conduit can, but Shadow Pan cannot do the burst. Like, it tries. It thinks it can. It's wrong. Like, Celestial Conduit burst is just so satisfying. Yeah, not quite. But Slicing Winds, that was one Slicing Winds, and you look at the damage... Oh, please don't die. You look at the damage breakdown, one Slicing Winds, 10 million damage. Like, that's crazy. There should be more of these that we pull, right? There seems like quite a few. Okay. They're calling in the bomb squad. Okay, they're really calling in the bomb squad.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
We have no real CC for this. I can ring, I guess. They'll just cast again. Yeah. Alright, we're calling in the bomb squad. Round 2. Celestial Conduit's also really good on bosses. You actually run it on retail right now on any boss that is under like 2 minutes in length, just because it will out-damage Shadow Pan. The same for dungeon bosses. The burst is insane. Like, you can be doing like 3 million single target damage on retail currently on pull, which is a lot for Windwalker Monk. It is a lot of burst. Calling in the bomb squad. Round 4. The only awkward thing about this boss is trying to get Slicing Winds in, and I feel the only real time you can get it in is when you're no longer chained to someone, so you're just going to end up killing them. You can, I mean, I've been testing it where you move back slightly and use it, but even then it's a little risky. And honestly, I don't think Slicing Winds does that much damage in single target, that it's not like your #1 prio spell. You still want to cast it on cooldown, let's not. What's this guy typing? Is he flaming? I haven't really been reading what he's saying in party chat. Is he just... I don't really know what's going on in party chat. Honestly, I do not care. Doing some DPS line here is staying... Oh, I don't even know what I'm reading. It's not worth even trying to read what that guy's saying. I think they're blaming each other. Someone's blaming the shaman or something for doing low damage. On PTR, by the way. on the on the testing server. Why are you not min-maxing? Why why are you not playing optimally? What you could also do is you could actually save someone by pulling them out of a mechanic. I never really thought about it, but if I'd like rolled sideways, I could have maybe pulled that the healer as a safety. So it could also be a way to save people on this boss. I mean, you don't want to. You don't want to be pulling people ever, but I think you could do some funny things with that mechanic. What are they arguing about? Oh, they're not really arguing. This Mistweaver monk saying that his mastery is his second highest healing. As someone who doesn't play Mistweaver monk, is that good? I mean, that sounds pretty crazy, right? Your mastery does your second most healing. Isn't that just passive? I love it when passive healing's your number 2. Alright, let's get bubbles out. You don't want to pull these Dark Fuse soldiers. You can, but they do just get one shot by bubbles, which makes me think that they're going to give you 0%. And you also don't really want to tank this guy on this bridge. It's really tight. These bubbles move all around, so the DPS on the other side are probably not happy right now. Oh, bubble. Yeah, see now I'm in a really tight spot. This feels really bad. Do we kill him? I refuse to Celestial Conduit here. I straight up refuse. How's Windwalker feeling? It feels good, man. Like, honestly, you won't, like... It's not, like, revolutionary. It's going to be the same as it was Season 2, but you get one extra ability, potentially, for AoE. And it fits in nicely. Celestial Conduit feels good. Actually getting a lot of game time on it. It works nicely with this new ability as well. Spinning Crane Kick, you probably won't even notice that there's no longer Mark of the Crane, like, to be honest. Like, it feels samey, but at the same time, it's not like anything's bad. And I think that would be the worst thing. Like, if things had changed, but for the worst. But they're not... Yeah. I mean, we don't... We've had our kind of class rework, haven't we? That's what going into the War Within was. Like, a lot of people were not happy with the state of Windwalker and Dragonflight, so they actually made some big changes. And really, it's in a decent space. I mean, we're Haste Walkers now. But... TLDR, it's not going to feel like a completely different spec. It's still going to be fun. If you enjoy Windwalker, it adds something different, and it will still be, like, engaging. But, yeah, like something like the tier set, for instance, doesn't do anything. It's passive. I don't even remember that we had a tier set on, I'll be honest. But I think a lot of classes are like that as well. So I think they've kind of done a bit of a cop-out on tier sets for this tier. It's literally all passive, kind of like Season 1. I don't know. I don't know if it's lazy. It's just not very engaging. How much damage is the new talent doing? More or less, it does about like 6% of your damage in a dungeon. So, predominantly for every dungeon that I've done, it will be like the 3rd highest damage overall, which in my eyes means it's going to be a must-take talent. Like, when you compare that to all other talents, like, do any quite provide 6% damage? Not really, right? The only awkward part of it is its position. It's positioned in the bottom right corner, which is kind of awkward for, like, what do you replace it with? Because you've got to replace it with something from the bottom row here. And you also want to be taking, like, Zuin's Bond if you're going Celestial the Conduit. So it's kind of a toss-up of what do you lose. So at the moment I've got rid of Transfer of Power, which it's not a bad trinket, but it's not the strongest trinket. It's not the strongest talent, but it is like, you do kind of notice it's missing. And then the other one is Dual Threat that I've lost, which you won't even notice any of the time, but it does actually put a fair bit of damage output on. But I really can't see any other of these bottom talents that you'd remove for it. Maybe Revolving Whirl, but then, God, losing... Hold on. Losing, what do you call it? Losing an extra potential proc of Chi-Chi. That doesn't sound good for anyone involved. Am I dead? I feel dead. Like, I might look like the damage numbers are really high here. This is a little bit of a misrepresentation of how it's doing. Like, I've played with some proper enhanced shamans and Ryushin paladins, and if they are good, they absolutely smoke my damage. It's like not even close. I don't know if that's... I think that's just a class thing, a spec thing, even. I mean, granted, maybe they're better on me at Shaman than I am at Windwalker, but... like... I feel like this tier is not going to differ too much from last tier, where you're going to have Shamans at the top, Paladins are looking pretty nice, and I don't know if Windwalker will be bottom. I think we'll be alright. But we're definitely not going to be the top. Sorry, Will. I have seen your comment. I just can't look at it right now. I will answer once I have killed this boss. Oh, Void Emissary. What is going on? Why are we taking this geezer? Oh my god, the tank died. Please, Lord, tell me we have a CR. We don't have a CR. Oh my god, and the Void Emissary. I've never seen Void Emissary pop. That is atrocious. I don't think I've ever seen the Void Emissary go off because you didn't kill it. I think we're dead. I just find it annoying that currently in M+, you can walk into a pack where you've pulled too many cooldowns and a rep paladin walks in with their 30-second cooldowns and still do more damage. No logic. I get where you're coming from. It's literally the exact same in PTR at the moment. I will walk in, use like all my cooldowns. A Shaman will use Tremor Totem, which I think is a 30-second cooldown. And Wind Fury, like basically auto-attacking, right? More or less. And it will do double your damage. And you'll just be like, what? I feel like we have to work so hard for our damage, which is fine. Like, meta's meta. It is what it is, but it does feel a little bit bad. So I see why people don't like do go to meta specs and stuff, or like will drop off a spec that isn't like fully meta for one that just is because of how easy it is to do damage. But in my eyes, I don't know. I think you just take the player rather than the class. How's Warrior looking? No idea, mate. I'll be honest. Not a clue. I don't play Warrior, and no one in my guild that I've seen so far has said anything about Warrior. I know that we have a Fury player, but I don't know how they're finding it at the moment. I don't know if they're actually doing PTR testing. All I'll say about Warrior is I think they get treated extremely unfairly. Like, Fury was strong for a week, wasn't it? And then it got nerfed. And then it got nerfed again. And then it got nerfed again. And what's that? It got nerfed again. And it got nerfed like every week for like 5 weeks straight or something until it became useless. And other specs then, something like a Shaman, like, barely got touched. And it just feels bad because... it got gutted so hard that it literally became like on par with Windwalker, didn't it? Like, if you want to invite them to a group, where I didn't think Fury was that crazy. Like, their AoE was good, but their single target was kind of bad, right? Maybe that's a hot take. Maybe it's a cold take, actually. Like, I think you're always going to have specs that are better than other specs. That Messer just happens. Like, it's not even like forced messes. It's just how things work. in modern gaming. But I feel like nerfing things into oblivion just feels bad. That's why you should play Windwalker, guys. You're never going to get nerfed into oblivion because you're already nerfed into oblivion. So the only way is up. I know. Crazy stuff. They can't nerf what's already nerfed, right? Not bad. I think I could have done like maybe 3 mil if we killed packs a bit faster. But I really liked how that conduit went. As you can see, like damage breakdown. I can probably provide a proper one if I leave the dungeon group, and I think I will. But yeah, slicing wins. You get like pretty on par for 5-6% of your damage overall. It's competing with what? Gale Force at 4%, Rising Sun Kick. Like, it is good ability. It does a lot of damage. So the APL is going to have to make some pretty convincing arguments for this not to be an AoE ability, or Blizzard are going to have to nerf it a bit. Which they might do, because I think when they released the PTR, it came out with a 600% damage modifier, which is a lot. Like, they could easily nerf it, and if they nerf it at all, it's gonna be a dead talent. You're never gonna take it, and it'll be exactly like Darting Hurricane, which is like, what was the point? What was the point of Darting Hurricane if you're just gonna remove it? Think there'll be more tuning? Yeah, there'll 100% be more tuning for everything. I don't think they've changed anything since they released the initial PTR notes. To be honest, I expected them to make changes already, like slight tweaks here and there, but I think they've been focusing on Plunderstorm, to be honest, and making sure that launch. So I'd be surprised if we don't hear anything within the next week. They usually like make changes on Tuesdays or Mondays, like before the US server times, so I don't know, but PTR seems to like get updated constantly, so it might be a little bit different. I'm not too familiar with PTR. This is my first time ever actually using it. But yes, whatever you see now is probably not how it's going to be on live. Except for Shamans being number sorry, my voice. Except for Shamans being number 1. That will be on live. They'd have to get nerfed into the absolute ground, and I just don't see it. Enhancement Shamans anyway. Well, yeah, you say Fury was quite far ahead in AoE, wasn't it, on Brood? And then they got nerfed, but then something like Frost DK didn't really get nerfed for, like, ages. And so everybody just took a Frost DK. And, yeah, because I had a mate that played Fury, and every week he was just getting nerfed and nerfed and nerfed. And then he was just like, why am I even playing this anymore? It was, like, horrendous. But, yeah. Oh, thank you for subscribing, Patrick Crowder. If you're watching the stream, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you're watching one of my YouTube videos and subscribed, thank you anyway, but you can't hear it. But yeah, guys, I think that's going to be it for today. I apologize that the new dungeons weren't out. I know I said it like a bunch of times, but I did set up the streams to be on Wednesday because that's when every week the new dungeons were meant to be out, at least on Wednesday, but Blizzard didn't say anything, so Saturday will be the next stream, same time, 4 till 8, and we should have 4 dungeons to actually look at. If they aren't out on PTR by Saturday, I'll move the day, because at that point I'll have been streaming, like, Operation Floodgate for, like, 10 plus hours, and, like, that's not fun for you. It's not fun for me. Like, I'm on the PTR to try things out. I've tried Operation Floodgate. Decent dungeon. Not bad. I'd like to try the other ones, please. So that's where I see things. So yeah, Saturday 4 till 8 UK time, whatever that is in American time. Good luck. Whatever time you're looking at on your monitor right now, that's the time it'll end. Playing since you went to work. Yeah. Well, yeah, I was initially doing 6-hour streams, but I feel like 4 hours seems like a better option. If I do 4 hours, I can always continue on from then, but I found like 6 hours, I lost a lot of energy and like felt like I was being less entertaining and talking, and I don't want to do that. I don't want the stream to just like fizzle out. I'd rather it, and if I'm really enjoying it or it's something really new, then go on until, you know, whatever, but 6 hours is a lot. So 4 hours seems like the sweet point. It's also how long I usually raid for, so it kind of makes sense. But it's all learning. I mean, this is my only second stream, isn't it? So I think it went better than the first one, scuffed-wise. No real scuffs going on. We had a bit in the middle where we couldn't get a dungeon group, and it kind of went to hell, didn't it? But we got there in the end. Takeaways for Windwalker Monk for this live stream, I think Cock is really good. Wait. Hold up. I think Celestial of the Conduits is really good. I still think that Shadowpan is going to be super competitive in AoE in its current iteration. However, Celestial Conduit seems to hold up really nicely, especially if you get like good pack amounts. Talents, I'm not 100% convinced these will be the right talents. I've done a bit of messing around, but I feel like you have to take Zuan's Bond. I feel like you can't not take it with Celestial Conduit. It just lines up too well. Otherwise, you're losing 30 seconds every time you want to use Celestial Conduit. And in a dungeon, that means you're probably losing like upwards of 3 Celestial Conduit casts. And if you're running the talent, like, you don't want to lose casts, do you? What's the point of that? So yeah, still working out the talents. It'll be interesting to see what the APL says, but I don't think they're working on that just yet, like the Theory Crafters. I mean, they are like obviously working on stuff, but in their minds, like, why would they work right now on working out what the best builds are and stuff when it can change instantly? So I think later on in the month we'll get more definite versions, but I think it's been fun to test things out. We'll do some more testing on the new dungeons, actually see what they are made of. It'll be interesting to see if they've made any changes to them. Like the BFA ones and the Shadowland ones, see if they've upped their game a little bit or if they've kept them more or less the same. Like, I feel like I haven't done Motherload in what, 7 years? 5 years? It'd be good to go back until I inevitably face the trash packs that I know pull on everything and suck to do, in which case it would be bad to be back. But yeah, I really appreciate you all coming in for this second stream, and thank you for watching. Saturday 4, I will make a community post if anything changes, but otherwise I will set up like I've done with this one, I can set up like a live video will be showing premiere sort of thing, I guess is what it is what I try to do in advance so that it shows up that there will be a video or whatnot. As always, there'll be a VOD of this. Yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for commenting. It's I really enjoy it. I'm really having a lot of fun. And yeah. How do you end a stream? Well, you just press the off button, don't you? But yeah, yeah, catch you on Saturday, guys. Thank you for tuning in. Love to all, and good luck with your raid progress and Mythic Plus this week. Until I see you on the weekend, thank you and goodbye. Yeah, boy.